to take up their seats. I'm Darcy Byrne, I'm the Mayor of the Inner West. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and paying respect to their elders, both past and present. I strongly welcome all of the attendees in the gallery tonight, but I will ask you to resume your seats. Feel free to display your signs, but we'd prefer not to have the meeting interrupted by people standing in the gallery. Are there any apologies for tonight's meeting? No. Notice of webcasting. We'd like to let you know at the beginning of our meetings that the proceedings are recorded and broadcast live on YouTube. They're recorded for posterity. It's a requirement of the Local Government Act. Also, our thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of fans online do like to watch these proceedings, believe it or not. And we let you know that at the beginning of the meeting so that you're aware that your comments are recorded and there can be legal ramifications to anything that is said in the public domain. Disclosures of interest, councillors. Are there any
Mr. Mayor,
disclosures? Yes, Councillor Scott.
I have provided a disclosure earlier to the minute taker. I have a significant non-pecuniary disclosure of interest with regard to the local traffic committee because I am on the Eastern Sydney City Planning Panel, which considered the traffic management plan that was adopted at that meeting.
Thank you for that.
And as such, I will not adopt the minutes. I'll exit the chamber.
Okay, thank you for that. That's been provided to the minute taker. Is there any further disclosures? Yes, Councillor
I just
Howard.
provide a non-significant non-pecuniary conflict of interest in item 11, the local traffic committee minutes from 15th of August 22. I work in the office of the state member for Summerhill who has a representative on the local traffic committee. I will remain in the meeting during the discussion and voting as the vote of the state member is exercised through a representative.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any further disclosures? Councillor Lockie?
Yes, I'd like to declare a significant non-pecuniary interest in item 9, instrument of delegation for the mayor. I work in a mayoral office at another council and that relies on delegations endorsed by that council, and so to avoid any perception that I might be influenced in that vote, I'll leave the chamber for that item.
Thank you for that, although I note that there is no mayoral office that exists at the Inner West, so that's different to the City of Sydney. So we've got 3 declarations. Any further? Yes, the General Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a significant non-pecuniary interest in items 25 and 30 as my brother that owns a property in the area for the LEP 2B.
And how will you be addressing that conflict?
I'll leave the room at the time.
Thank you. Any further disclosures? There's no further disclosures. Would someone like to move the acceptance of those disclosures? Moved by Councillor De Cruz, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I'll ask everyone to please join me in a moment of quiet contemplation. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the confirmation of minutes of the meeting of the 9th of August. Are there any clarifications or corrections to those minutes? If not, would someone like to move their adoption?
Moved.
Moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Smith. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. We'll move on to the public forum. I'm going to read out the items for which we have registered speakers for the public forum. We do that as well at the beginning so that if you're here believing that you have registered for an item and it's not read out now, come and let us know because it means there's been some kind of problem with your registration. So the items for which we have registered speakers is item 2, Demalgamation Business Case for Inner West Council. Item 3, Reconciliation Action Plan. Item 4, Endorsement of Ashfield Park Plan of Management. Item 5, Licence Agreement for Community Access, Graham Green, Dulwich Hill High School of Visual Arts. Been notified by officers that the one registered speaker for item 9 has contacted them to withdraw. So that's not one of them. Item 19, fossil fuel advertising in the Inner West. Item 20, notice of motion, visit of Toyanath Gimire to the Footprints Festival. Item 21, notice of motion Cooks River Corridor Master Plan. Item 23, notice of motion Tempe Train Station Accessibility. Item 24, notice of motion support for Walleye Creek Regional Park. Item 25, notice of motion Our Place Inner West LEP consultation. Item 28, notice of motion Balmain Sailing Club Pontoon upgrade. Item 29, notice of motion Pride Inner West. Item 30, notice of motion community consultation for the Inner West Local Environment Plan. Item 31, notice of motion community wealth building. Item 32, notice of motion mental health in the Inner West. And item 40, Greenway in corridor design and construction. So I'll go to the first
Excuse
item.
me, Chair.
Yes.
I wish to move a motion in relation to the public speakers tonight. I wish to move a suspension of standing orders to allow all the people who have requested to speak tonight on item 2, Demalgamation business case, item 22, Cootamundra Gundagai Demerger success, and item 25, Our Place Inner West LEP consultation to speak. I understand that these items are very important to the community, and it's really important to allow residents to have their say. I do understand that the governance team has already advised people that they can't speak, and if this motion is supported, I'd like to request that the governance officers contact those people and give them the link that allows them to speak to this meeting.
I'm confused, Councillor. You're moving to suspend standing orders to bring those items forward?
No, I'm actually moving a motion to allow the people who have registered to speak on those particular items to speak. I believe that there were more speakers than what is actually generally allocated, and I've had requests from residents who were refused their right to speak to raise this issue and request kindly that they be allowed to speak. Thank you.
I'll just go to the Manager of Governance to identify what the Code of Meeting Practice says about the number of speakers on each item.
Thank you, Chair. It specifically states that no more than 3 speakers are to be permitted to speak for or against each item of business on the agenda for the council meeting.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Langford's motion? Councillor De Cruz, have you provided the wording to the minute takers?
I have not. I can do so though right now.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
for that. I'll, I think this is the most number of speakers that we've had at a council meeting this year, already registered. And so I think it's appropriate that we stick to the Code of Meeting Practice, and so I'm not in support of that amendment, of that procedural motion, but I will wait for it to be displayed on the screen so that all councillors are aware of what they're voting on prior to that motion being put.
I have just sent that through to Catherine.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lockie,
Just a question on the additional speakers, because there's no,
is it a question to me or the mover or to the Manager of Governance?
probably to Manager of Governance.
Yep.
Through you, Chair. Just in relation, it's been the previous practice of council that if there are more than the allowed number of registered speakers, that all of the people who have registered are named so that they can at least talk amongst themselves.
together, yep.
Exactly. I can't actually see on this list any of those items with more than 3 registered speakers, so I was just wondering what has happened to that.
Put that question to the Manager of Governance.
So I believe the practice changed because now people register online. So obviously they don't talk to one another. I am speaking, sorry, I'm not in relation to previous practices. So we've just advised that they're not in groups per se, so they don't know each other per se in relation to what's been proposed. However, we can put that if that's what council would like to.
Yeah, although we couldn't do that immediately. Has the wording of Councillor Langford's procedural motion been displayed on the screen? Okay, so the motion is from Councillor Langford, seconded by Councillor De Cruz, that Council allow all the people who've requested to speak tonight on items 2, 22 and 25 to speak. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That has been defeated. So we'll go to item 2. We'll deal with the items sequentially. I just let you know before we commence that under the Code of Meeting Practice, you're entitled to 3 minutes. After 2.5 minutes, you'll receive this tinkle, which is just to let you know that you need to work up to your crescendo. And then at 3 minutes, you'll also hear the bell again. We're not in the practice of extending time. The reason for that is that if you're the first person tonight, and no doubt you'll be making a passionate contribution, you'll be tempted to go over time. But if you're the last person to leave here tonight, which could be at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the morning, you do wish that everybody else had stuck to time. So we try to adhere to the Code of Meeting Practice as closely as possible. The first speaker on item 2 is Rob Davidson of Leichhardt. Rob, are you here? No. The second speaker is Pip Hinman of Newtown.
Rob's not online, I'm assuming.
He's registered to speak in person and he's not in attendance.
Good evening, councillors. I'd like to acknowledge I'm speaking to you on Gadigal Wangal land, the Eora Nation. Sovereignty was never ceded. My name's Pip. I'm a resident of Newtown for nearly 30 years. I'd like to start with some reflections from Suzanne Martain from Leichhardt, who applied to speak today but cannot physically come to council meetings, nor could hook up by Zoom. She says the Morrison Lowe report must not be adopted because it's clearly biased. It contains inaccurate data and it doesn't present a roadmap for deamalgamation as it was supposed to do. There has been no transparency in requests by councillors and the community for information. They've been denied this by Labor councillors. This is in her words. The community majority voted to demerge council and our elected representatives have to respect the poll outcome and not attempt to sabotage it. So my words, a growing number of councils are getting organised to demerge, the latest one being Canterbury Bankstown Council, which at the last month voted to do its own business case. The successful Cootamundra-Gundagai Regional Council demerger came on the back of a 6-year campaign by councillors, including the Mayor and residents. Unfazed by their first knockback, they resubmitted their business case to the second local government minister presiding over this issue, Wendy Tuckerman, who at the time acted on the advice of the New South Wales Boundaries Commission to allow deamalgamation. I think Inner West Council could learn from the Cootamundra-Gundagai Council win. They had a community campaign supported by councillors. They had a demerger case written by a local government expert, Joseph Drew, and which included a democratic pathway to demerge. For any demerger business case to be credible, it must have input from local government experts to outline the steps to take to preserve democracy and to ensure no councillor is sacked or any administrator appointed. 2, it must ensure the community knows that about the costs that they are up for do not include the one-off cost of demerging. The Local Government Act was amended last year to make New South Wales Government responsible for paying that cost. That has to be made clear to all residents, as does what we consider to be the cost and what are ongoing costs. Lastly, any deamalgamation business case worth its salt needs to outline what the demerger steps would look like and what the cost would involve. Knowing this detail would mitigate against the risks involved. Thanks for listening.
And thanks very much, Pip, for setting such a great example at the start with your concise comments. The last speaker for item 2 is Michelle Hacking of Rozelle.
Good evening.
who is online.
Good evening. Good evening. I acknowledge the Gadigal and Mongol of the Eora Nation on whose country we are meeting, and their elders past, present and emerging. The business case table does not represent a strong focused submission supporting deamalgamation. Therefore, it should be abandoned. Council's submission is not a succinct, straightforward argument which would convince the Minister, the Boundaries Commission, or anyone else to approve demerging. We do have a successful model showing how to produce a meaningful submission in the document written for Cootamundra Gundagai. That work should guide our council's submission. It argued community support, financial responsibility, with a background to the failed economies of scale theory and injustice of amalgamation in just 49 pages. In contrast, Council compiled an overwhelming 900 pages which confused the issues and failed to clearly support demerging. On one hand, evidence is given that residents voted to demerge, but then information and strategies were introduced and weighted towards staying in amalgamation. For instance, the 62% vote in favour of demerging across all three areas was stated. That's a majority in all 5 wards across 20 suburbs. Most of us want to demerge. The message was clear, but further surveys to gauge public opinion were made. Why? The implication is that council sought a different result. That circulated through council flyers and in push polling were alarming figures about rate increases. An average of 50% of residents still voted in favour of demerging, with Ashfield coming out at 53%. To validate advantages for staying in amalgamation, Morrison Lowe uses data from the Queensland experience in 2014 and projections listing net present value increases over 10 and 20 years. What the report does not offer is an insight into costs of not demerging. 5, that's 1/3 of merged councils have had massive rate increases. For example, Canterbury residents face a 37% increase in rates. It's being shown that assumptions for merging have not been validated by experience, but that is not clearly articulated in the report. This document does not support community wishes for deamalgamation, so it should be abandoned. It does not reflect community aspirations. Councillors, this is not what our community and your community wanted. The vote was clear and the submission should reflect that aspiration. Experts in local government
Michelle, I'll ask you to conclude your remarks.
A new, succinct, thoroughly organised case in favour of amalgamation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item for which there are registered speakers is item 3, and the first speaker is David Barrow of Ashfield.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Nicola Pepper, and I'd first off like to pay my respects to the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, the land of the Eora Nation. I come from the lands of the red sand and the black soil. I come from the lands of the Gomeroi people. I'm a proud Aboriginal woman who grew up in Sydney on the streets of the inner city. I come from a family who has advocated for the human rights of Aboriginal people since I was a young child. My youngest memory are my uncles and aunties marching the streets of Redfern in hope that there would be a day where Aboriginal people would have access to their human rights. So today, here with my comrades, we're here to talk about the training on the Uluru Statement for the Inner West Council today. I guess for me as an Aboriginal woman, I stand here today in support of the Uluru Statement in full. I believe that truth, treaty in voice is the only pathway to ensure that Aboriginal Australia has a future. I believe that as an Aboriginal woman, I grew up and married into multicultural Australia. My husband was 18 years of age when he came to this beautiful nation to call it home. And as we watched our children spiral, wondering of where they went and what community is what they were called, whether they were called Aboriginal or whether they were told to go back home to the country that they came from. So I've dedicated my life to making sure that I am a vessel that unites this nation. I asked for you to allow some training to be delivered to the Inner West in both elements of the statement. The statement calls for the Aboriginal outcomes for Aboriginal people, which is voice, treaty and truth, but it also calls for finding the heart of a nation. And often this part is missed. So for the last 3 years, 3 years ago I joined and worked for SSI, which is just down the street here, and decided that I was going to be brave and be an Aboriginal woman that used my privilege, I guess, to ensure that multicultural Australia would call our lands home. So I guess we've committed the last 3 years in being a vessel that unites this nation, weaving an ancient culture, the oldest continuing culture, with the new modern part of Australia. And tonight I'm going to ask my comrade to stand here tonight and talk about the training that we have shaped together.
Just forgive me, so I've got the order wrong. We've heard from Nicole, now we'll hear from Jackie Parker of Freshwater, and then David.
Correct. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you, councillors. The Walking Together project is a training program that has the Uluru Statement from the Heart as its framework, and it's an interactive training session that rallies participants to find the heart of the nation, as Nicole says, as they champion a movement where Australia walked together towards a yes vote in the referendum. And as co-facilitators, Nicole, a First Nations woman, and myself, second generation migrant to this country, exemplify what walking together looks like as the Uluru Statement is unpacked in these sessions. And the Walking Together workshop enables non-Indigenous Australians to see clearly the prospect we have as a nation to move towards a fairer and more just Australia. And as community members and responsible organisations, participants assume ownership of the opportunity that lies ahead to walk together. And there are 3 pillars that uphold the Walking Together project. One is this workshop, which is amazing, interactive, half-day. Participants discover meaningful, relevant and appropriate action in the journey of reconciliation. The second part is the Train the program, where we encourage and we enthuse participants that have completed the Walking Together workshop to step up and join in an as active presenters in a 1 hour introduction to the Uluru Statement themselves, taking it to their people on a journey to a yes vote in their own communities and within their own organisations. And of course, as part of that is a community of practice, and this is where we, as a project, we're building a strong network of people who are knowledgeable about the statement and what it's calling for. And what is so incredibly exciting is that Inner West is the artery, or should be the artery, to find the heart of the nation. So coming together, we can all work together. We've already trained over 1,000 people from universities, community and faith-based organisations, and these people have attended these workshops and the Trainer program. So we look forward to and really hope we can all work together on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. David.
Kia ora koutou, good evening. My name's David Barrow. I'm the lead organiser of Sydney Alliance. I live around the corner on Elizabeth Street in Ashfield. I play sport and go to church in Leichhardt, and I had the great honour of working closely with Addison Road in Marrickville on the issues affecting temporary migrants during the lockdowns. So I'm Inner West, born and bred. The Inner West is the progressive heart of New South Wales. Where goes New South Wales, so goes the nation, or we'd like to hope. And we saw that in the marriage equality campaign, that the work that was done in the inner city spread throughout the country. People went home. And I participated in the Working Together workshops, and I've been to, every progressive activist thing under the sun for the last 15 years of organising. And we put 177 leaders through, union, faith and community leaders as diverse as you can name, from Campbelltown, Katoomba, Bondi, the whole lot. And every single one of them was moved. And I saw something that I've never seen before. 155 of those 177 decided to take further action. Every single migrant Australian in that group, whether they'd been there for 3 months or been here for 30 years, many with tears in their eyes said that they'd never felt truly welcome to this country till they'd participated in that workshop, because of the way in which Nick had welcomed them into this space. And that's the kind of heart-to-heart work that's going to be required for us to win treaty, truth and voice. We need to have it scalable, it needs to be consistent, it needs to be in every town hall and every council around the country. So where better than to start it here in the inner west? And I'm taking my cues from this council, and announced quite publicly, Darcy, the mayor, around training 1,000 people. So as you've heard, there are 3 components, which is the deep dive, which is the accepting the invitation, a 3-hour session. There's the train the trainer, but also teaching people, whether it's over an hour or 15 minutes, at a workplace, a soccer match or over Christmas lunch, how to introduce the Uluru Statement to their friends and family. If we go forward together, I know that the organisations of the Sydney Alliance, other active, which is lots of local inner west faith groups, community groups and trade union members, as well as activist groups and sports clubs that have already committed, would be putting inner west people into such trainings and making them work. I would be really excited to be from an area, well, I am very excited to be from the inner west, but how proud I would be as an inner west person to know that when my kids and grandkids look back on this time, we can say that the real deep work of treaty, truth and voice started, was progressed and continued through Inner West Council. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you very much, David. The next item for which there are registered speakers is item 4, endorsement of Ashfield Park Plan of Management. The first speaker is Cynthia Moore of Haberfield.
Good evening. I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we are meeting, the Gadigal and Wangal peoples, and also the Eora Nation. I'm referring to item 4 of the Plan of Management of Ashfield Park. I'm against dogs being off-leash in Ashfield Park, as there is limited open free space and there are many young children that use this park. As a compromise though, I support a designated dog off-leash area. Hopefully dog owners will keep their dogs in that area only. The Parramatta Road, Ormond Street corner, I believe is the most suitable for this, as it's the furthest away from their playground and other areas where people tend to congregate. There needs to be good signage and ranger support. Thank you.
Thanks, Cynthia. Our next speaker for this item is Joe Alley of Ashfield.
Hi everybody, I'd also like to acknowledge the Gadigal and Wangal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional owners of the lands on which we're meeting tonight. I live opposite Ashfield Park in Ormond Street. At a previous meeting I opposed the dog exercise area in Ashfield Park. I still don't think it's a suitable location. There should have been a scoping exercise across the local green spaces. However, I think the new location in the master plan, proposed on the flat land adjacent to Ormond Street, is the best compromise option. It's better than the original proposed location. It's a low-use area. It's fenced along Ormond Street and a bit of Parramatta Road only. I completely oppose completely fenced off-leash dog areas, as they turn into dust and mud bowls, as is evidenced at the 5-dog park. And also means that it becomes an exclusive use area and other people can't use it. I guess the other thing that I wanted to say is that I still oppose the inclusion of 2 artificial bowling greens of up to 2 artificial bowling greens at the Ashfield Bowling Club because of the environmental impacts, because the bowling club hasn't provided a business case to prove that it's essential for their financial sustainability, and because most residents who responded to council consultation opposed it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jo. The next item is item 5, licence agreement for community access to Graham Green. And the first speaker is Scott Barry of Dulwich Hill, online. Scott, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Mayor Byrne and councillors for allowing...
Scott, we can't hear you real well.
Okay, sorry, how's...
That's better.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor Byrne and councillors for allowing me to speak on this matter. The current lease agreement for Graham Green, offered by Education New South Wales, attempts to ride roughshod over both council and local community by ignoring the conditions imposed under the original DA. Any attempt to restrict public access to weekends only under this lease will see council become nothing more than de facto school cleaning, as the bulk of rubbish is generated during school hours by students and consists mainly of refuse from aluminium cans and hard plastics, which emanate from school lunches supplied by the canteen. Testament to the volume of litter generated by students has been seen whilst homeschooling was in place during the pandemic, where the green offered solace as a valued green space to many locals across all age groups, whilst remaining the tidiest it has been in many years. I can also add that after witnessing the lawns being mowed by ride-on mowers, shredding aluminium cans and the hard plastics, that students were then immediately on the green playing there or engaging in their activities. So I took it upon myself to, after school hours, spending an hour a day harvesting up to 1 kilo of aluminium cans and those plastics. So good luck with that if this goes through. Changes to access times will also impact elderly and residents with disabilities, forced to negotiate the 2 blind dog-leg corners of the alternate pathway known as to locals as Muggers Lane, due to the high incidence of bag snatching in its early years. These days, shared with speeding food delivery service drivers. The main direct route offered by the continuation of Fairfield Street through Graham Green is shorter, safer, and affords some shelter, particularly during the summer months. The causes concerning council's responsibility for damage to the playing surface and goalposts are ludicrous. A casual inspection of Graham Green will reveal only one set of goalposts. The other set was pulled to the ground by students during school hours under the watch of a teacher standing no more than 5 metres away. Similarly, damage to trees, pathways and deep wheel ruts cut into the surface of cherry pickers and heavy vehicles by contractors in Flodder.
Scott, I'll ask you to conclude your remarks.
Okay. By the department should be sole responsible of those causing the damage, not council. Although the department claims to be about...
Scott, I'll ask you to conclude your remarks, please.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks very much. We have a second registered speaker for this item, which is Sue Adams, who is here with us. Thank you, Sue.
Mr Mayor and councillors, thank you for hearing me. I'd like to make 3 points to support the proposal before council regarding the licensing agreement over Graham Green. First, the history. Graham Green was created in 1993 when the school was given permission by the then Marrickville Council to close Fairfield Street at the rear of the school and at either end of the school property. a number of houses were acquired and demolished to create the green. In the original development application, Clause 6 expressly states that the Department of Education was to enter into a licensing agreement with the council in order to preserve the council's and community's interest in the green. Those whose homes were to be acquired were reassured that the green would be a shared space used by the school during school hours and the community outside those hours. My second point. Ms. Alves started arbitrary closures of the green around the beginning of her time as principal. She clearly resents any community use of the green and is using it to improve the school's financial bottom line. The demountable classroom provided by the department and placed on the green last year was a cheaper option than having the existing underutilised classrooms repaired using the maintenance budget. Now Ms. Alves is holding the community to ransom in an attempt to wrestle more money from council and therefore ratepayers, while she also is determined that they should have little or no access to the green. The council, as you know, already contributes $10,000 a year for the use of the green. She's now asking for 14 and wants the council to clean it. Point 3. The Inner West has little green space. During lockdown and the shift to working from home, the green was heavily used firstly for exercising and then picnicking. This emphasised how important it is in the life of the locals. It's always been used before and after school. This is ongoing. Families bring their children to exercise there. The elderly and disabled in the area are able to enjoy an accessible green space and to utilise, as Scott has said, the safe straight path to the shops, which is the original Fairfell Street footpath. In 2020, when the demountable classroom was proposed, close to 800 people signed a petition in support of preserving the community's use of the green. Since COVID, people are using community spaces more than ever. The last thing our community needs is to have restrictions on our use of the green. Green space is vital for both physical and mental health. I strongly urge the council to reject this latest outrageous demand from the Department of Education and to continue negotiating a new agreement that upholds the intentions of the original DA, in which the green was established as a shared space for both the school and the local community. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Our next speaker is for item 19, fossil fuel advertising, and that speaker is Belinda Noble, who's online. Belinda, are you there?
I am, hi.
G'day.
Hi. Mayor Byrne and councillors, thank you for considering this motion. Inner West Council is a leader in climate action, divesting from fossil fuels and being powered by 100% renewables. I thank you for your leadership. And on behalf of the 360 members of Comms Declare that work in the creative industries that thrive in this LGA, and on behalf of the more than 80% of your residents that support climate action, I now ask you to consider advertised emissions in your policies, specifically the emissions created by the marketing and advertising of coal, petroleum and natural gas, the main causes of global warming. Last week's adoption of a national 43% emissions cut by 2030 was momentous. But to reach this target, we must pull every lever available, not just reducing Scope 1 and 2 emissions, but Scope 3 emissions, those created by our customers or residents. Advertising coal, petrol and methane gas stimulates demand, increasing emissions. Sponsorships by fossil fuel corporations is a marketing exercise that allows them to maintain their reputations in spite of their damaging activities. We estimate AGL, Origin Energy, Energy Australia, Santos and Ampol last financial year spent more than $230 million on marketing, increasing demand, greenwashing and buying social acceptance. As Councillor Linda Scott said, as the City of Sydney voted for a similar motion that you have today, and I quote, "The next phase is going to mark a very important war in the public relations battle to ensure that people understand the need to transition and are not inundated by messages that are either false or misleading or are continuing to promote products that damage our environment." Burning fossil fuels generates particulate air pollution that kills more Australians than car accidents and globally more than tobacco. Inner Westies know about air pollution. As a former resident of Glebe Point Road, I know what it is like to wipe soot off your pot plants every week. Allowing fossil fuel promotions on council-run assets opens you up to potential criticism for being counter to your climate emergency declaration. So in summary, this is not about banning the use of fossil fuels. It's about preventing public property being used to market toxic products, to stop misinformation and greenwashing, and help communities imagine and create a future based on clean, renewable energy. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Belinda. The next item for which we have a speaker is item 20, and that speaker is Toyonath Gimiri.
Good evening, everyone's respected Mayor, Councillor, the ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Toyonath Gimiri. You can call me Toy. I'm from Kathmandu, Nepal. Here, thank you very much for a special thank to Councillor Madam Marganita, and this provided a golden opportunity here. I came to here for telling just one point, basically make one sister concern or the friendship relationship with my municipality in Nepal, Barachetra municipality. That's we have the quite well about the wildlife and matter. And I'd like to request to make one concern about the conservation educations even these days. Thanks of even there are positive side of COVID. Thanks of that in Nepal we are very smart in video conference and others as well. So I'd like to request this forum. Let's join hands to save our wildlife by online conservation educations, but it takes time. And next also the ecotourism. We welcome to Australian people in Nepal. That's my points. And beside that, and the last time just visited to the eco footprint festivals and here in September 3rd, recently in White Creek Valley Park. I really love about your tools library, which is actually very best even for our country's Nepal, where we're developing already. And the next thing is that the waste control management, and these are the things really appreciated. And thank you so much to everyone and everyone to the locals as well. And thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. And we have the next speaker is for item 21, online, Simon Wilkes.
Thank you, Mayor Byrne and councillors. Thanks for your time this evening. My name is Simon Wilkes, a College Hill resident and president of the Canoe Club. I'll be speaking in favour of item 21 and speaking in favour of the recommendation. Having a draft corridor plan for the Cooks River prepared by Canterbury Bankstown Council is a great start. Moving forwards, there is an absolute need for collaborative efforts by all parties to assist the Cooks River, working with community groups, councils, state agencies, all needing to work together to really protect and enhance the river. There does remain a lot of work still to be done. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of litter reduction, actually getting on and finally setting water quality targets, upgrading stormwater infrastructure, park upgrades, and infrastructure to get on and off the water. The corridor plan, as prepared at the moment in a draft format, is both uninspiring and lacking in detail. At the moment in its current form, it is a significant missed opportunity. That said, it is a significant start that can be built upon, and it's for that reason that we speak in favour of the recommendation. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Simon. Next item for which we have a speaker is item 23, David Sampson, online.
Well, I'm actually here.
Oh, hello.
Hi, this is about some problems at Tempe Station which are long-standing. And until about 3 years ago, if you wanted to walk from South Marrickville to Tempe Station, you'd cross Richards and Crescent at the traffic lights, and from there you'd just have about 40 paces to the bottom of the station steps. That was till about 3 years ago, and it was quick and simple. Since then, the steps have been closed for the greater part of 3 years. And you walk from there, you'd walk about 40 paces through a lovely car park, then through another 100 metres through the car park to the entrance to platform 1, along platform 1 about another 75 steps, then you get to the internal steps, then you go up to Tempe Station. So instead of about 40 steps from that pedestrian crossing, it's now about 6 times the distance. Most of it's through a car park, and most of it's uncovered, and we know what the weather has been like for all that sort of period. Some years ago, when the steps were first closed, they were closed for a few months, then they were reopened. They were repaired and reopened, all good. Then they closed again with a sign that said they'd be reopened at a specific date some months after that. Then the date for reopening was removed, and it's been like that for several years. There was no explanation, and there's no date for reopening. In that time, commuters and other pedestrians have made multiple complaints to the station staff and/or to Sydney Trains bureaucracy. Countless people have missed their trains due to extra walking time. Many more have got drenched in the rain, splashed in the car park, and struggled with their kids or their physical disabilities through the longer walk. The station staff, the long-suffering station staff, have also put up with stress through having to delay trains for struggling passengers and field questions about when the steps were closed and when they'll reopen. They've got no reply because neither does Sydney Trains. I and others have sought answers from Sydney Trains over a long period. Their telephone customer service staff has been courteous and helpful, but further up the chain, it's impossible to get specific or satisfactory answers for when the steps will reopen, when building will recommence, what preparatory documentation has been done and who's responsible for authorising the work. Details on the heritage issue they claim has caused much of the closure is impossible to get any documentation on. Apart from the heritage issues, the main reason they give through the long delay, and as I say, this extends for almost 3 years now, is COVID. But that was an ideal period to prepare documentation, to get quotes, and to provide infrastructure repairs. We're now in a period where the New South Wales Government and all political parties and all independents are rightly committed to improving the accessibility of Sydney public transport. Yet after almost 3 years, local passengers and pedestrians, including, as I say, the elderly, disabled and parents pushing prams, are still being required to walk 6 times the previous distance from the Mackie Park pedestrian crossing to the top of Tempe Station, through a car park and along a platform, all with uncovered access. Is Tempe Station to remain a mysterious exception to the improved accessibility for Sydney transport users?
Thank you, Peter. I'll just ask you to conclude your remarks, please.
I ask councillors to support Councillor Langford's motion and to assist moves towards a speedy reopening and improved access to the users of Tempe Station. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Next speaker is for item 24, Peter Stevens, online. Do we have Peter? Okay.
Sorry, mute was on.
It's all right, happens to us all.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. I'm speaking as the president of the Walleye Creek Preservation Society, and I'd like to share an image with those the councillors, if that's possible. Is that something that can be done?
Just 1 second and I'll inquire. Are you able to hold the image up to the computer?
I can, it's already up on my screen. Can I do that? Let's see.
You can share it on your screen. You've got screen share permission.
Can you now see that? No. Okay, so what you're seeing is me, not that. Okay. It's unfortunate. What I was showing is a splendid aerial shot from way up in the sky, showing the whole of Sydney's from the coast right out to, well, I don't know, around about Liverpool. And there's one strip of green in there that is of significance because it's remnant bushland. And between the coast and about Prospect, and between the fringes of the Parramatta and Georges River, it's the only significant piece of bushland of a reasonably remnant kind that we've got. It's about 50 hectares, and it's unique. It's very varied, and I'm sure that a number of councillors will have visited it and walked along the Two Valley Trail. It's very different in the Walleye Creek section of that trail. The Cooks River is a much more parkland and footpath version. This is actually a bush walk. One of the problems we've got is that it's not complete. It's not yet protected. It's been under promise for a long time, as the agenda paper puts the thing. It goes back at least 42 years to the Kirby inquiry, and we're still waiting. It's a vital regional resource, is the thing I want to stress, because people from all over the area I refer to, but also from the Central Coast, from the Blue Mountains, from Wollongong, come to walk that trail, and that has been extremely popular exercise. We think it's used quite extensively by Inner West residents. It's certainly a number of them are members of our society, of which we're pleased. And it's been decades since it was promised as a regional park. There's still some bits remain to be done. And the support of councils across the entire inner southwest region of Sydney is important to getting actually finish the job started so long ago. So I ask all councillors to support the motion put forward by Councillor Langford, and we will be working to have similar motions in front of other councils in the region to get maximum support. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And Peter, just to let you know, we did manage to have that image on our screens, so thank you for that.
Oh, excellent.
The next speaker on the same item is Gina from Earlwood online.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all, and also for considering this motion. I'm, really just backing up what Peter has just said about the value of the Walleye Creek Regional Park and that whole area and the 4.5 kilometre walking track that we actually have, but also highlighting that it became so evident during COVID that this is such a special area and so important to our local communities and in particular the residents of the Inner West. Many people discovered this bit of bushland. It's been used and loved by many, and many people have just discovered how beautiful an area it is and how much it contributes to the health and well-being of our local communities. Just being able to connect with nature, being able to go for a walk, to both mental health and to physical health as well. So completing this park is so important, and we've been waiting a long, long time, but over 25 years since it was promised, and we need the state government to take action to ensure its completion so that it's safe and preserved for future generations. So we'd really value Council's motion to assist in that process so that we get the support of all the local councils in the area for our state government to continue to finish what's been started a long time ago. Thank you for your time, and thank you for considering this motion.
Thank you, Gina. Item 25, our first speaker is Yvonne from Ashfield in person.
Hi, while I live in Ashfield now, I actually grew up in Dulwich Hill. My parents have been there for 50 years and I grew up there too, Dully Primary, Dully High School, and I am speaking on behalf of all the residents who I believe they deserve a lot better in regard to this consultation and to be respected. The lack of transparency is not only woeful and offensive and highly suspect, I can tell you from my professional experience as a psychotherapist for the past 12 years, that these residents feel very unsafe. They lack trust in the council and their mental well-being is currently under great duress due to the lack of time and inappropriate consultation about the proposed plans. There has been a lack of empathy, nor fair and reasonable consultation coming on the back of a very difficult time for everyone dealing with the psychosocial impact of COVID. For some, this is the last straw. Extending the consultation time, and I know it's been extended to October, but I still do not believe that 8 weeks is enough consultation time to read a 94-page, one of them is 94 pages. So extending the consultation time beyond October, I think, is very important, and having an external consultation, facilitation of the consultation process, in and of itself does not mean that it is being done well. So the report prepared for the New South Wales Government for Urban Affairs back in 2001 by Dr. Carlson and Dr. Catherine Gerber outlined 10 principles for effective community consultation, which provide a framework for making community consultation effective and meaningful. I've gone through all 10. I can't go through 10 here tonight, but there's 4 that I wanted to quickly focus on. Making it timely. Participants should not be so late into the life of an issue that it is tokenistic or merely confirms decisions already made. Timing should occur when citizens have the best chance to influence the outcomes, and so far they haven't even received information in the mail. So give people enough time to express their views. My parents and all of the residents set to be impacted heard about this in mid-August, either via Facebook or their friends, or some people who randomly fell onto the Inner West site looking for other things. So they have not received information in the mail. And I attended the Dulwich Hill meeting on the 29th of August, where council admin staff told them that it was lost in the mail. It was All Australia Post. Funny how the rates don't get lost, but this important bit of information did go missing. The people want a forum in a town hall where they can speak to people, not to be placated, not to be patronised, and not to be moderated in a way where their questions are selected based on whatever the planners think is good to answer.
Thank you, Melanie. Move on, sorry. The next speaker on the motion, Melanie from Dulwich Hill.
Thanks, Councillor Byrne and councillors. For item 25, I agree with the motion, but I now like the sound of the extended date beyond October. I'm actually speaking for myself tonight. I live in Ness Avenue and I'm not affected personally by the proposal. However, I will need to live amongst the proposal if it goes through. Over the last 2 weeks, I have had to get very familiar with the Inner West Council website, and I must admit it is very challenging to navigate and find the information. I now know how to do that. However, I think there's people in our community who wouldn't know how to easily find that information. I note that if I put in the search engine on the Inner West Council website, urban design studies, I get 284 results, none of which are dated 2022. So just wanted to make that point, that it isn't easy to find. I do know now that you need to go to have your say. Residents are having to play catch up with a lot of detail in these reports. I noticed that the Dulwich Hill Station study doesn't have street names on it, and it's very difficult to orientate yourself to the maps in the study. And I noticed that the maps from different study of different pages change orientation, so that's another difficulty that I have found. I'm pretty good at reading maps, so I just want to make that clear. For others, it would be very challenging. We need to let our residents know how to read the information appropriately and or express their view. There are questions that are yet to be responded to. In particular, I am quite curious around the selection process for the People's Panel. I can see from last month's council meeting there's some detail around the People's Panel. However, it is silent on the criteria and the selection process. So thank you for considering the motion. Thanks for your time. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much, Melanie. The next speaker is Robert Veal of Dulwich Hill.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of item 25. I am very much directly affected. I'm the co-owner of one of the 3 properties which is slated to be compulsorily acquired by council as part of the Dulwich Hill Station precinct development, and which, by some mysterious coincidence, was recently rezoned by the council as lying within a flood zone. I hope I speak on behalf of my neighbours who have lived in their soon-to-be-destroyed houses for 5 decades or more. When I first got wind of this development, not by any official notification, by my neighbours knocking on my door telling me that my house was going to be compulsorily acquired, we were given, when that arrived, I was actually open-minded. I recognise that Sydney's housing needs are not going to be solved by endless geographical expansion, and I absolutely detest middle-class Anglo-NIMBYism. However, the community consultation, as it was called, to date has been a cynical exercise, overly stage-managed, lacking in transparency, and inadequate in not presenting any conceivable alternatives. There was a very short time between the notification of the development and the drop-in and the webinar sessions, and although the webinar explained the project clearly and it presented to us some of the key players, the online Q&A feedback from the community was clearly being monitored and manipulated, with only benign requests for clarification and the most anodyne commentary getting an airing. One could be forgiven for thinking that the motive behind this approach was the avoidance of key issues rather than engagement. It ensured there was no robust discussion of key underlying issues, no acknowledgement of the profound disruption to the present community, and no consideration of deeper planning issues such as community building, culture and environmental impact. With such a large-scale development, you, the council, have to expect that residents are going to be deeply unhappy. Council's job is to listen to our views and genuinely engage with us, even if we're vehemently opposed to the development. Council's decision-making must balance their concerns, our concerns, with the broader citywide and statewide housing imperatives, not simply spruik an off-the-shelf plan. The kind of PR-driven kumbaya sing-alongs that have characterised the consultation process to date do not resolve anything. They simply lower our trust and stiffen our opposition. This kind of managed consultation, designed to support a predetermined outcome rather than genuinely engaging with stakeholders, maintains a veneer of engagement and democracy while all the time serving the interests of invisible and undisclosed parties. Yes. We are not opportunities, as the planning architect put it. We are people, we are a community, and we vote. I implore Council to extend and broaden the consultation so that genuine engagement occurs.
Thanks very much, Robert. I think you can rest assured that your classic line of PR-driven kumbaya sing-alongs will be stolen by politicians in the room. That's very good. Item 28, there is one registered speaker, and that is Campbell Reid of Balmain. Campbell, are you here?
Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. My name's Campbell Reid. I'm Commodore of the Balmain Sailing Club. I'm speaking in support of the motion for the council to assist in the construction through funding of a pontoon adjacent to the Balmain Sailing Club. We would like to thank Mayor Byrne and the council and particularly its staff in their support of assisting us through the quite complicated planning process for this project. Over the last decade, we at the club have been working in partnership with the New South Wales Government and indeed very generously the council to create shared facilities that allow the public and our club members to access the harbour more easily, and this is the final step in that process, which will for the first time create a safe, flat launching pad for small craft, fishermen, kayakers, stand-up paddleboarders, swimmers if they want to access the harbour in the area adjacent to the club. It will also, for the first time, allow the club to have a safe area to allow junior sailors, and Balmain Sailing Club is the only sailing club in the council area. The project replaces an extremely steep ramp that we used to have at the club, which was unsafe for anybody but adults. So I commend this as a genuine shared partnership between a sailing club and members of the community. The stages that we have put in place, which allow access for larger vessels, have been very widely used, an extremely popular fishing spot. And we love to see the community aspect of the club and the relationship with the public strengthened through this project. The Balmain Sailing Club, the Balmain Regatta was first held 172 years ago. This year we held its 173rd edition, and that event is a community onshore party and sailing event. This year will include historic tugboats for the first time. And again, the council has been very generous in supporting that event. So I commend this motion to you as a genuine community piece of infrastructure. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Campbell. Next item is item 29, Pride Inner West, and the registered speaker is Jen Peden of Stanmore. Jen, are you here?
Hi, thanks very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name's Jen Peden. I'm the current president of the Flying Bats Football Club. We're a local community soccer club for LGBTQIA+ women and non-binary people. Together with our brother club, the Sydney Rangers FC, and our umbrella body, Pride Football Australia, we're holding a football tournament as part of Sydney World Pride in February next year at Tempe and Mackie. It's going to be an incredible celebration of queer people in sport, but more importantly, a celebration of the diversity, the inclusivity, and the progressive nature of the Inner West community itself. We, as a football club, we absolutely recognise and support the importance of the regular Monday rest and recovery for our sporting grounds to maintain their condition, particularly when we've had difficult weather through this year. But what we're asking is for a one-off opportunity to use the fields on Monday. And the reason for that is so that we can fit our tournaments, bump in group games, semis, finals and award ceremonies in the Monday to Thursday that sits between the very major events for Sydney Mardi Gras and Sydney World Pride in 2023, of Fair Day on the Sunday, and then the official opening live concerts and the opening of the Pride Villages for Sydney World Pride on the Friday. So yeah, that's basically what we're asking to do, and greatly appreciate the support that we've been given so far by the council and the community here in the Inner West. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jen. The next item is item 30, Notice of Motion Community Consultation for Inner West Local Environment Plan Phase 2B, and the first speaker is Jennifer Whitmarsh of Dulwich Hill.
I support motion 30. I'll refer to time frame in relation to engagement and heritage with Dulwich Hill South residents. In February this year, to inform the LEP, Council resolved that broad community consultation and heritage studies would be undertaken. On the 19th of August this year, just over 3 weeks ago, the far-reaching Dulwich Hill Village Urban Design Study was issued. On the 27th of August, information created by residents about the study was distributed to all residents impacted in the Dulwich Hill South area. The overwhelming response from the community through a wide range of communication was that this was the first time residents had heard about the study and they had not had any input into the study, which outlines far-reaching changes to 258 homes in the area. People have been stunned by the information and have asked many questions about potential changes to their livability and social and aesthetic amenity. Yet Council wants a response to this by the 25th of September. Our streets are quiet and the character of our community demonstrates a long-standing, tight-knit and diverse village community with residents supportive of one another. Many people have lived here a long time. They know each other. Council engagement with the community has been inadequate and doesn't meet the recommendations of the State Government Local Character and Place Guideline. The only information before the study was made public was a very small postcard with a generic statement about council planning. On the 29th of August, Council's Meet the Planner session was held in the Dulwich Hill Station entrance at peak hour with road noise and constant passenger movements. The webinars have been controlled with presenters mainly talking to electronic slides. We need more face-to-face meetings. Council's two-stage engagement and communication plan is over a 3 to 4 month time frame, and that includes the summer holiday period. The local housing strategy identifies key constraints in the southern part of Dulwich Hill heritage conservation and subdivision. So why were Dulwich Hill, Marrickville and North Ashfield identified as the only areas able to accommodate additional housing growth when the inner west is well covered by public transport? But this one, finally, in the executive summary of the comprehensive 180-page Inner West Heritage Review by GML Heritage in August this year, Dulwich Hill South streets were clearly identified as heritage conservation areas and listed as priority 1 on a long list before the review was finalised. Read it. Yet, no, hang on, yet these streets were taken off the long list before the review was finalised. I've got 2 sentences. Again, the final review recommendation was that a detailed heritage investigation still be undertaken for priority 1 Dulwich Hill Station South streets left off the long list. Finally, well-kept houses like those in our streets with the quality and level of detail and design are never going to be built again.
Thanks, Jennifer. The next speaker is Peter Manning of Dulwich Hill.
Councillors, we stand here on Gadigal people's land. I acknowledge that. I also acknowledge the truth, treaty and voice is the only way forward. I want to say I'm so disappointed in my council. As a resident of a building that is a Federation 1912 cottage, that's part of my problem. But the problem is about the community, not about one house. Heritage is incredibly important. The kinds of things that have been suggested in leaflets that have gone around about destroying the area through bulldozing all the houses that exist in 7 streets, 7 blocks, is outrageous. Would it be seen in Glebe? Would it be seen in Paddington? Would it be seen in Hunters Hill? Would it be seen in the rest of Sydney? Never. This council needs to actually take a grip. Who is this planner who has the absolute audacity to talk about destroying all these areas and putting up 600 units? Now, this is what happened when this leaflet came out into my postbox. I'm outraged to be reading, quote, The initial proposal is to demolish 258 existing homes in the following streets. That's the 7 streets in South Dulwich Hill, which, after speaking with council, believes this is the best option for growth. Various pockets on the eastern side of Wardell Road, the whole area is proposed for the demolition of all houses, approximately 258 dwellings, within these streets, and to be replaced with approximately 600 units. What are we talking about? What kind of precedents have we got in planning for the destruction of one group of people to be, replaced by another group of people? What kind of ethics is that? We should be disgraced to have a council if this is what has actually happened. Now, I've been told that this is not what the council has actually agreed upon, in which case, please divest of this notion which has come out of and been applied to
Mr. Manning,
the real people.
With great respect, and we've known each other a long time, I'll ask you to desist from naming individual council officers or referring to officers with disparaging remarks, if you can.
Okay, I'll talk about the council.
With great respect, sorry, Mr. Manning, if you could just hold one moment. If you could just stop Mr. Manning's time. With great respect, I understand the passion that everybody feels about this, but I would ask you not to interject while Mr. Manning's speaking, and I'd ask that we refrain from personal reflections about others. Mr. Manning, please proceed.
Come and sit in our shoes for
Okay.
5 minutes.
I'll just, if we could just hold on just for one moment. With great respect, I would like to request that we be able to conduct the meeting without interjection. We're here listening to your concerns, which are very valid, but I would ask that you not interject while the discussion is taking place. Mr. Manning, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we know each other, and I know many of the both Labor and Greens councillors around this table.
Move an extension of time of 1 minute for Mr. Manning, given the disruption. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Please proceed.
Let me say that I have great respect for this council, but I think this is an error of planning that is being suggested. If it has actually been suggested, and if it has been put as a proposition, and if there is a direction that we're heading in, which we as residents have had no notice of, and the laughable consultations that are happening at the moment, which have been the subject of letters to yourself and to other people, is a disgrace. This is not a process that is happening in a democratic way, and many people here feel that they are being bludgeoned to end their time in a community that they love. And in the meetings that have been held by residents, I can tell you that people of 40 years who've been living here, 50 years have been living here. I've been here 15 years living in this beautiful cottage, and many people are incredibly upset, and they're all of them ready to kind of continue with a campaign which will ensure that the council gets to listen to them. Thank you.
Our last speaker on this item is Mark Skelsey of Dulwich Hill.
My name is Mark Skelsey, Secretary of the Save Dully Residents Action Group, a resident of MacArthur Parade at Dulwich Hill. Save Dully's been in place since 2015, when the first Sydenham to Bankstown plans were released by the New South Wales Government. We remain in place to advocate for sensible and community-led planning outcomes for our suburb. We do this because we love living in Dulwich Hill, and we want to see our suburb retain its rich history, its human-scaled character, its diversity and its biodiversity. Given this, and has been broadly expressed by the community, we were surprised at the level of impact of the plans released by the Council on the 27th of August. These plans have a bigger development footprint than the 2017 plans released by the New South Wales Government, but bizarrely deliver less than half the dwellings. They also come after the Committee for Sydney, which advocates on behalf of developers, actually released a report in April this year which said our suburb was not a priority for urban renewal because of its heritage and the amount of existing strata buildings, making renewal difficult, and yet we're being targeted by council in this fashion. As such, these plans deserve the highest level of scrutiny, as does the housing strategy which underpins them. That's why tonight's motions by Councillor D'Arienzo and Langford are welcome. They will give the community more time and more information to absorb and respond to these plans. I know Save Dully is preparing a submission and would appreciate the extra time to discuss this with the people in our group. But it's our desire that the two motions, 25 and 30, are combined because they do contain varying content, so we're keen to see that content retained. For instance, one motion by Councillor D'Arienzo refers to the need to explore opportunities beyond Marrickville, explore housing opportunities beyond Marrickville, Dulwich Hill and North Ashfield. The other motion by Councillor Langford actually supports sending letters directly to affected residents, which, as you've heard tonight, is important because to date the residents have only received generic postcards and therefore may not be aware their home's part of a development zone or heritage preservation. In short, we're keen to see the motions combined and endorsed, but also note the comments from other residents tonight, which we would of course support for additional time if that was thought suitable as well. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mark. The next item for which we have a registered speaker is item 31, Community Wealth Building, and that is Osmond Chew of Marrickville, who's online.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm on the unceded land of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. So my name is Osmond Chew. I'm a research fellow at the Per Capita think tank. I'm speaking in favour of the motion on community wealth building. This motion is a motion that I'm really excited about and urge all councillors to support. The Inner West is a proudly progressive community. It's why we love this place and why we choose to live here. And as a progressive community, through our council, we show leadership on a range of issues like climate change, combating racism, supporting human rights, and on many other issues. It's the right thing to do and something our council should keep doing. But being progressive also means we should be showing leadership on what kind of economy we want and what we can do locally, which is where community wealth building comes in. So community wealth building is an approach to the economy that's gaining traction around the world in a variety of communities. It's a model of economic development that focuses on using institutions anchored in local communities like councils, TAFEs, large local employers to drive better economic outcomes with fairer and more equitable results. And it does this by focusing on 5 key pillars: procurement, land, workforce, finance and ownership. So many of the initiatives associated with community wealth building in these 5 pillars are familiar, like insourcing, local procurement, secure work, pop-ups in vacant property, or encouraging cooperatives and social enterprise. The point is to think about all of this in a systematic and strategic manner rather than the current piecemeal approach. So putting community wealth building at the heart of the council's economic development strategy, as this motion proposes, really is only a first step. It has to be if we want to be the leading community wealth building council in Australia, as the motion proposes. But what it does do is community wealth building gives us a framework to think about what else we can do at a local level in the Inner West to build a stronger, fairer, more sustainable and resilient economy. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Osmond. The next item for which there are registered speakers is item 32, Mental Health in the Inner West, and that speaker is William Woods of Marrickville.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors and council workers. My name is Will Woods. I'm someone who works in public mental health services. I've been for 7 years now. Look, I just want to speak in favour of this motion tonight. The great thing about this is that it does bring together those who access services and the people that support them with the service providers themselves. At the moment, there are significant challenges for people who do attempt to access services. They have a very limited understanding or knowledge of where to access mental health services. Alongside service providers, particularly service providers, the challenges for them really are about operating in silos. So, bringing together a group of service providers as well together is a good start for a conversation, really. There are other councils that have formed their own mental health strategies, and a lot of that has got to do with building, tailor-making a strategy based on the community's needs. So I really feel like this motion, feel strongly for this motion in benefiting the community. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Will. The last item for which we have registered speakers tonight is item 40, Greenway in-corridor design and construction. The first speaker is John McNeil of Camperdown, who's in person.
Thank you, councillors. I'm John McNeil. I'm a member of the Inner West Bicycle Coalition who pays its respects to the traditional owners of this country. Council has resolved to decline all tenders for Greenway improvement works with scope generally in accordance with scenario 2 in the current plan and negotiate a staged delivery because tendered prices were above the allocated budget. Stage 1 is to include the design and construction of central links from north of Parramatta Road to just south of the Old Canterbury Road and the design of the southern links. Stage 2 is to include construction of the southern links from Western Street to Hercules Street, subject to successfully receiving grant funding from New South Wales. The active citizens, walkers, wheelers and riders support this motion but respectfully request that any and all tenders and agreements for work should emphasise that the Greenway be maintained and improved as a continuous walking, wheeling and riding corridor, in particular the crossings at Parramatta Road, Longport, Old Canterbury Road, Davis Street and Dulwich Grove are currently subpar and their improvement is vital to community safety, access and exercise. The listed commitments on the Inner West website include a suspended walkway under Parramatta Road and along the Hawthorn Canal, a tunnel under Longport Street, a signalised crossing at Old Canterbury Road, including the closure of Western Street, a tunnel under Davis Street and a new boardwalk from Davis Street to Johnson Park, a tunnel under Constitution Road, and an elevated pathway through the light rail corridor from Constitution Road to New Canterbury Road, and a new path and upgraded natural areas and light corridor rail near many of those areas. So we support, but we also respectfully request that this work be done as part of an active transport plan that is expeditiously presented, agreed, funded and executed, and that will guide the creation of better streets in a more livable Inner West.
Thanks, John. Our last speaker on this item is Alex Loss of Summer Hill. No, we still can't hear you.
All right, okay. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you. I'm coming to you speaking from Wongal land. I acknowledge that that land was never ceded. I chair the Greenway Community Forum, which is an advisory committee to council, but I speak to you not as an advisor, but as a member of that forum, some of whom have worked for years and even decades to see this project become a reality. We have, as a forum, previously noted, as was reported, that when council last made major decisions about the Greenway, the key concerns councillors had were state government agency approvals, project management, and having sufficient funds to complete the project, or at least what we call the spine, as in a sense the Greenway will never be completed. The forum met last night and we were formally briefed by the project delivery team and others. We know the Greenway has received a further substantial grant from the state government, which means that completion is more within reach, even though not until 2025. We also know that construction costs for everything, including the Greenway, are fluid, to say the least. So we understand that challenges remain to sufficiently fund the Greenway. The Forum is a bipartisan, even tripartisan group. We have differences, but reach understandings. We keep our eyes on the prize. I note from a Facebook post by Councillor Griffiths that an issue you may discuss later is a proposed tunnel under Old Canterbury Road. The tunnel, because of available funds and that it is a succinct section of the pathway, has been scoped in the initial construction phase, scoped out and scoped in again. Now, we are a forum of many voices, so I'm only speaking as one voice. But I can say that bush care advocates and bird watchers, because of some habitat loss, were pleased when the underpass was scoped out, but active transport advocates are pleased when it's scoped in, as you heard from the previous speaker. Keeping that in mind, I therefore urge Council to sign a contract as soon as possible to get as much of the Greenway done in this term as possible. If some work needs to be scoped into a later phase to ensure the signing of those contracts and that construction begins, then that, in the circumstance, is a common sense compromise, a sensible understanding. Scoped out does not, must not mean abandonment. The option of at-grade lights on Old Canterbury Road is a reasonable temporary option, but it should be just that. One of the principles of the forum is that we leave our politics at the door in order to work together towards the best solutions in the circumstances. And councillors, I urge you to do the same, to please keep your eyes on the prize, to ensure that funding is sufficient to get the majority of the works done, and I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Alex. That brings us to condolence motions and mayoral minutes. Before we move on to that, I'll just let everybody know you're very welcome to stay for the duration of the meeting. The proceedings are broadcast live on YouTube, so you are also able to monitor at home if you want to head home. I'm also intending to table a mayoral minute momentarily, which does relate to the LEP issues that have been raised. That mayoral minute has not been on the business papers previously, so just letting you know that will be dealt with in a few moments' time. Now, there are no condolence motions on the record, but the first two mayoral minutes are both condolence motions, and so I'll move to those immediately. The first is a motion of condolence for Queen Elizabeth II. I move that Council record its sadness at the death of Queen Elizabeth II and express gratitude for her lifelong public service. Would any councillor like to speak to that motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? That has been carried with Councillor De Cruz against. Second condolence motion is for Chris Cruden. In June, the former Mayor of Leichhardt, Chris Cruden, died. Chris was elected Mayor of Leichhardt 3 times and is known still today as the Emeritus Mayor by staff and officials who served with her at that time and admired her ethos and service. Her service as a councillor and mayor included successful campaigning to protect public foreshore lands, the financial recovery of Leichhardt Council, which was in a very bad financial state at the time that she became mayor, and building collaboration between the community and council officers and the staff to improve council services and engagement. She was also a long-standing official and leader of the Public Service Association of New South Wales. Chris was a confidant and ally of the new Prime Minister of Australia, and he has spoken about his sadness at her passing. She served him also on his personal staff. She was a trusted advisor to ministers and to aspirants for high office. Chris was a leader who inspired great respect in the Labor Party and the trade union movement. Chris was an exemplar of how politics can and should be done. She was a woman loved throughout our community, as a person of great integrity. I move that Council record its sadness at the passing of former Leichhardt Mayor Chris Cruden and write to her partner Mark and daughter Amy to express our solidarity and heartfelt condolences for their loss. I'll move that motion. Would any councillor like to speak to the motion? Councillor De Cruz.
I think it's a familiar name. I haven't got much to say because I'm afraid I wasn't that involved in council at that stage, but I did know her as mayor and welcome this condolence motion, and it is very sad that former mayor of Leichhardt passing, and I believe it's quite early. She's quite young.
Thanks very much, councillor. If there's no further discussion, I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried unanimously. The next mayoral minute is in relation to the Uluru Statement from the Heart Civic Education. In February, the first act of the newly elected council was to incorporate the Uluru Statement from the Heart into council's community strategic plan. The Inner West has since successfully initiated and passed motions through both the Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference and the Australian Local Government Association National Congress endorsing the Uluru Statement and calling for those associations to prepare a kit that would allow councils to host civic forums to build awareness of the Uluru Statement and the proposed referendum, the upcoming referendum, on the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice to Parliament. In June, we hosted such a forum ourselves at Marrickville Town Hall in conjunction with the Minister for Indigenous Australians, which was attended by 600 citizens. And when Linda Burney, the first First Nations woman to ever hold the position of Minister for Indigenous Australians, entered the hall, she was met with a standing ovation. And perhaps that's because we all realise that this chance will not come again. At that forum, I proposed that the Inner West Council initiate a program to train local citizens to assist in civic education about the Uluru Statement and the referendum. In July, the Prime Minister used a speech at the Garma Festival to put forward the proposed wording for the referendum question. I propose that Council, 1, support a civic education program to build awareness of the Uluru Statement from the Heart and the upcoming referendum on the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice to Parliament. This is to include the training of 1,000 local citizens to assist in civic education about the referendum within the Inner West and, importantly, in other communities too. Secondly, that we seek the advice and endorsement of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations in the development of the program. Thirdly, that we seek the collaboration of the Sydney Alliance and other civic society organisations that have been undertaking similar education already. Fourth, that we make council's town halls and facilities available for use for the program free of charge. Fifth, that we immediately commence recruitment of local citizens for the civic education program with an initial allocation of $10,000 to fund the community engagement and outreach needed to get local citizens involved. And funding for this is to be identified in the next quarterly budget review. And lastly, that we prepare a report for the October ordinary meeting about the costs and logistics of undertaking the program. I move that way. Councillors, would anyone like to speak to the motion? Councillor De Cruz.
Yes, I've just sent Catherine an amendment. I think it's quite important, perhaps, for people to read the statement, which is quite a beautiful piece of work, not only in the background and the display, but also in the words and the text, and it is conveying a very complex set of issues which we all need to understand and take time to understand. So I'm actually proposing that we look at hanging the Uluru Statement and also the map of Aboriginal Australia in our libraries, in various libraries, community centres and service centres, and I hope we can look at the cost of that in the report back to council. So
that's a great suggestion. Very happy to incorporate it into the primary motion. Thank you, Councillor De Cruz. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried unanimously. There's 2 more mayoral minutes to go. The next is in relation to the donation from Lafiama newspaper of their photographic collection to the Inner West Council. In August, the Lafiama newspaper, and for those of you who aren't aware, it's the longest standing, most famous Italian language newspaper in Australia, and it has been based in Leichhardt for the 70 years plus of its existence, donated more than 5,000 photographs to the Inner West Council from the newspaper's archives. Covering more than 70 years, this collection represents perhaps the most extensive photographic documentation of the history of Italian migrants in Sydney. Italo-Australian community leaders came together at Leichhardt Town Hall to mark the handover of the collection and indicated their willingness to participate and to involve their members in cataloguing and preserving the collection. The donation is generous, but also means that the Inner West has a responsibility to properly catalogue, store and display these items. The upcoming Norton Street Festa, the first Festa to take place since the onset of COVID, provides an opportunity to exhibit some of these photographs publicly. I move that Council, 1, write to Lafiama to thank them for their generous donation. 2, invite Italo-Australian community organisations, including the Apia Club, the Father Atanasio Charitable Trust, the Federation of Italian Migrants and Their Families, FILEF, the Committee of Italians Overseas, Comites, and COASIT to collaborate in the project of cataloguing the collection in order to preserve this unique photographic history. And lastly, that we work with the Leichhardt Annandale Chamber of Commerce and the organisers of Festa to arrange the exhibition of some of the collection in conjunction with the Festa. Council officers are to be made available to coordinate this exhibition. And Councillor Scott has also proposed that this exhibition also be displayed in Haberfield Library, given the enduring connection between the Haberfield community and Italo-Australians, and I'd ask that that wording, which was provided to the minute taker at the time of the submission of this mayoral minute, also be incorporated and displayed on the screen. So I will move that way. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried unanimously. Last mayoral minute, as I foreshadowed, is in relation to the local environment plan. It's been submitted only after the commencement of the meeting tonight, and I apologise to councillors for not being able to submit that earlier, but given the array of issues that we've all been informed about over recent days, it wasn't possible to draft that motion before properly consulting with councillors and with officers. So I'll now read that motion. That Council 1, defer all further consideration of and consultation on the LEP in order to obtain written advice from the Office of Local Government, as well as independent legal advice, explaining how councillors should manage potential conflicts of interest relating to the process. This should include advice about if and how a local government area-wide LEP process, not one that was concentrated on three suburbs or locations, would allow all councillors to participate in the LEP process. And secondly, that council note that the LEP studies that have been released were prepared by consultants, and that councillors had no role in the preparation of the studies and were not briefed on these studies prior to their publication, and that no further work will be undertaken on these studies or the related consultation while council is awaiting advice from the Office of Local Government. And I wish to just speak briefly to that resolution. I'm proposing that the process that we've heard from the community about tonight not proceed at this time. In doing so, I want to thank the residents for coming here tonight, but also letting us know in other forums about their legitimate concerns. I specifically want to thank Save Dully and Save Marrickville for the collaboration that we've had in the past to defeat the New South Wales Government's rezoning proposals. I'm very proud that in the last term, the Inner West Council worked hand in hand with those activist groups to defeat what were totally inappropriate proposals. And I'm saddened that the trust that we built up through that collaboration has been undermined clearly through what's happened over the last few weeks. I also want to just clarify, because a number of people have asked me, that councillors were not briefed about these plans prior to them being distributed to the public, and this council has not voted to endorse those plans. Quite obviously, the process has been less than optimal. The state government does mandate housing targets, and we have a statutory obligation to consult with our community about how those housing targets are to be implemented. If we simply refuse to engage in that process, the state government has the statutory authority to remove, to take back what we won, and to simply make it a state government decision about what development occurs here. I know we all want to avoid that, but clearly that statutory obligation has not been carried out as well as we would like, by evidenced by the fact that you're all here and feeling so distressed tonight. It's certainly not right that 2 or 3 locations within an LGA as big as the Inner West be considered in isolation when we're talking about housing targets for the whole of the LGA. There are technical reasons as to why that's occurred right now, but I think a prerequisite for getting this process back on a respectful track is for everyone in the community to be able to see that this process which we're required to undertake is being done in a way in which we're trying to reach the fairest, most sensible, most equitable outcome. And for that to occur, people in Dulwich Hill and Marrickville and North Ashfield need to know that the whole of the LGA is being considered in terms of how that density might be made up. So to that end, there is a separate question. Thank you. I'll just seek an extension of time if I can. Thank you. From Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. There is a separate question that has been raised about how conflicts of interest could be managed for all councillors if they live in or own a property in an area that is being considered. And I think it's safe to say that councillors have not, do not feel as though we've been properly informed about that. Conflicts of interest are really important matters to get right. And so we'll be, if this is adopted, writing to the Office of Local Government to seek their written advice and also seeking independent legal advice about how those issues can be managed. And that's all something that should occur transparently as well. While that's occurring, it's not appropriate for the LEP process to continue. So if this motion is adopted, that won't occur. There'll be no further engagement or work on the proposals and studies that you've seen. They'll be put in abeyance while we're seeking that advice. And I hope that that would give us the time to re-establish communication and trust between the council as an organisation and all of you. I also just want to explain that if this motion is adopted, then the 2 motions which have been tabled for tonight's meeting will be in effect redundant because we're not able to amend a consultation process that you've already resolved to discontinue. So I apologise in advance to Councillor Langford and any of the other councillors who weren't aware of the tabling of this motion, but I just want to be frank about the fact that if this is adopted, it will supersede the need for either of the other motions about improving the consultation process to be adopted. They will be redundant, although I want to say for the public record that I think all of the proposals put forward by Councillor Langford and Councillor D'Arienzo, when the consultation process recommences, should be incorporated, and we can ensure that that will happen so that you don't feel as though you're being railroaded. So I will move that way, and I'll open the floor to discussion from councillors. Councillor Shetty.
Just a question through you, Mayor, to council officers. I understand that you've raised a very valid point that some of the issues that were raised in item 25 and item 30 by Councillor Langford and Councillor D'Arienzo are important additional measures. What do we actually have in place to ensure that those additional consultation avenues and that additional, such as letters and things like that, are actually going to be undertaken after this pause for clarification from the OLG about conflicts of interest?
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, if I may, Mr Mayor, we would...
Can I just ask you to identify yourself for the benefit of the gallery and the public?
Certainly, thank you, Mr Mayor. Simone Plummer, Director of Planning. So what we would do would be to review the measures that would be required, to look through a calendar of events and put back a report to council, spelling out how we would address those issues.
Thank you.
Councillor Atkins.
Also a question to council staff through you, Mr Mayor. I'm just wondering why, I understand why consideration of the process by councillors has to pause and that we need advice. We've got some complex conflicts of interest issues going on. But I'm just wondering, is it essential that the consultation process cease? Could staff continue the processes of providing more information and having meetings with members of the public?
I'll put that question to the officers and I'll add some remarks in reply as well.
If I could, through you, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I understand the motion, it is to pause while the information or the advice is received back from the Office of Local Government. And I think part of that issue being to allow councillors to appreciate how a local government area-wide LEP process could proceed, that would be something that would require further consideration and some advice back to the council.
I'll just add to that it is my preference that there not be further consultation undertaken by officers at this time. That's what's been occurring so far without the engagement of councillors, and let's be honest, it hasn't been going very well.
Question?
Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to congratulate the residents for coming forward in force this evening. Very well spoken. Your arguments were very coherent, and certainly you focused on the issues of being left out of the discussion and the consultation. And I see that as one thing that could be added to this mayoral minute, Mr. Mayor, is that I think we have some work to do to re-engage and reconnect on our residents on an issue where massive change is proposed on their amenity in their area, on their densities, on the types of development that will be occurring in their area. And it was loud and clear to council that we had not done a good job of that. So even though this may go into abeyance via the mayoral minute, I think council needs to refocus and rethink about its engagement with its residents. I'm one councillor who constantly puts up data about the densities in our area as they already are, let alone adding thousands more. I'm one councillor who puts that data up for you, and if you need it, please ask me. But I would suggest that we should add there that council will be certainly engaging with residents and redesigning or rethinking its information and consultation processes with our community. But well done tonight, residents. You've led to this mayoral minute and hopefully some other changes as well.
Councillor Lockie.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo that. Thank you so much for coming in. It's obviously, especially when it is such a distressing matter, I know it's really hard to come and speak about that. And I think we all appreciated the opportunity to hear from you directly about those concerns. Just a question for the council officers through you, Mayor. Just in relation to the compulsory acquisitions that were noted by Mr. Veal in his speech, I just wondered if the staff could provide some clarity as to whether the existing plans as they stand involve any compulsory acquisitions and what they would be, or proposed acquisitions and what they would be for.
Put that question to the officers.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. A compulsory acquisitions process is a fairly well-defined and very legalistic process which requires definite resolutions of the council. There have been some properties that have been identified as future green space, but that's not a process necessarily for compulsory acquisition, and that term has been usually used in various engagements. And while acquisition is a term that is used in the studies, it isn't a compulsory process.
Thank you for that. Any further questions or discussion? Councillor Langford.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question through you to council officers. So my understanding is that Office for Local Government and Local Government New South Wales has already been consulted by council regarding potential conflicts of interest, and advice has been provided. And I just wanted to confirm whether that has actually happened.
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Thank you. And through the Chair, Brojane DaCosta, Senior Manager Governance and Risk, we did ask OLG specifically in relation to the notices of motion after discussing with the two councillors that they would like that to take place. It was specifically in relation to the two councillors. I then provided the additional email that circulated to councillors today in relation to what considerations need to be made around your conflicts of interest, significance and non-significance. I believe that further advice is being sought from the Office of Local Government is the intent of the current resolution to provide more clarity around how councillors are to manage LEPs and if this LEP could be considered in a way of a LGA-wide LEP, and if that was the case, how would we go about that? So I think that it would be taking advice to the next step is the intention of this motion.
Thank you for that. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? There's no one who will speak against the motion. I'll put that. All those in favour. Councillor Griffiths.
I would like to put an amendment, which is a new bullet point 3, and I'll send that through to minute taker now.
You wish to speak to it?
Excuse me, Mayor.
Councillor Griffiths has the floor.
Okay.
No, it's something else.
Okay.
Call the meeting to order. Councillor Griffiths has the floor. Do you wish to speak to your amendment?
Sure, and thank you for bringing this mayoral minute along. I would like an additional point 3, which basically states that should council recommend consultation, officers will take into account the additional consultation suggested from the 2 items that we face tonight, including letters of notification to residents on affected streets.
I won't accept that amendment. One of the reasons that the mayoral minute has been tabled is because there is a question over whether there is any conflict of interest involved in multiple councillors participating in the debate and the decision about the 2 motions that have been tabled. So one of the purposes and motivations for the tabling of the mayoral minute is to protect all councillors. I don't think it's fair or right that any councillor be placed in a position where they're not properly briefed about the risks of a conflict of interest and are forced into debating something and subsequently find themselves in difficulty. So whilst I'm very happy to give a public commitment to supporting the thrust of Councillor Langford and Councillor D'Arienzo's motions when that matter is reconsidered at council, I will not accept the amendment at this time because I don't wish to put councillors at risk. Is there anyone else who would like to speak against the motion?
Okay, I'll remove the amendment.
That is withdrawn.
On your confirmation that you will support.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Is there
anyone
anyone else who would like to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to the conclusion of the mayoral minutes and on to the next item, which is the election of the Deputy Mayor. I will hand over to the General Manager to conduct the ballot for Deputy Mayor. I'll ask you to outline what procedure you're proposing, Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first item is if councillors consider recommendation 1 to determine the length of term for the Deputy Mayor. The availability is September next year and the September the year after, and then to also determine the method of voting. Just noting that traditionally the method of voting is by show of hands.
I will propose that we determine that we elect the Deputy Mayor for the term of 1 year and that the method of voting be by show of hands. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Now hand over to the General Manager to conduct the election.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So far I have received 2 nominations.
Sorry, Chair, can I move a procedural motion? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to propose that candidates for the election be given 2 minutes each to speak to their nominations for benefit of the public in the gallery and also watching online, and for us as a governing body.
Thank you, Councillor. The tradition is, so you put that motion?
Yeah.
Do I have a seconder? Okay, if I may just clarify, the tradition has been that when you do an election like this, the election's put to the councillors, and there's an opportunity following the election for those elected and those that are not, to have the opportunity to speak.
Point of order. I think we're in the difficult situation where the Mayor is not in the chair and able to entertain a motion. We have it passed over to the General Manager as the returning officer who's commenced the process of an election. I don't think that the General Manager can consider a motion. If you wish to come back from where we've been, the chair hand it back to the Mayor, then we can deal with the matter. But I don't think it's appropriate to be asking the General Manager, as a point of democracy, to be considering putting such a resolution.
Chair, can I please refer that to the Director of Governance for advice?
That's what I was going to ask the Senior Manager of Governance and Risk.
No worries, and thank you, Councillor Griffith, and through the General Manager. There is no procedural motion in relation to what you've identified. It would be an amendment to the resolution that you are asking for, and it would be, as Councillor Jury has specified, we would need to go back to the Mayor because the returning officer's only role right now is to conduct the election, not to undertake procedural motions or amendments.
I will rule that the resolution has already been carried for the method of voting. And to determine the length of the term, and therefore, based on that advice, the procedural motion is out of order. However, I'm very happy to hear from the successful and unsuccessful candidates subsequent to the ballot. I'll hand back to the General Manager.
Thank you, councillors. I have received 2 nominations for the position of Deputy Mayor, and in the order that I've received them, I have nominations from Councillor Scott, and I have nominations for a nomination from Councillor Atkins. Are there any more nominations, councillors? No? Okay. So I'm going to do the method of voting as you've resolved is by show of hands. So with those councillors voting for Councillor Scott, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. For those
Sorry, could I ask that that be recounted?
Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And for those voting for Councillor, sorry, Mr. Mayor, for those voting for Councillor Atkins, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I declare Councillor Scott the Deputy Mayor of Inner West Council.
I'd like to invite the new Deputy Mayor of the Inner West to make some remarks.
Thank you very much. I'm going to stand up to make my remarks because I might never get to do this again. It is a great honour to be elected as Deputy Mayor of the Inner West. Everyone who knows me knows how much I love the Inner West. Over the last couple of years, that love and dedication has come at the expense of time with my family. And I would firstly like to thank my husband Leon, whose own patience and dedication to our family has allowed me to do any of this at all. I would also like to thank my children, Rose and William, who I have not eaten dinner with too many times recently. I would like to thank my parents, Helen and Ross. My mum, Helen, is the only one of my family who stayed to watch the vote. Thank you, Mum. My siblings, Ken and Amy, and their families. Secondly, I would like to thank my comrades in the Inner West Labor Caucus. It is the magic of democracy that drew the 8 of us together, and this is a very special group. It is a joy to work with all of you every day on making the Inner West a great place to live. And finally, and most importantly, I would like to thank the people of the Inner West for doing me the great honour of being elected to represent you. And I renew my commitment to working hard towards a progressive, vibrant and inclusive community. Thank you so much.
Well done.
And I, on behalf of the council, would like to also congratulate Philippa and also to thank Jess D'Arienzo for doing such an outstanding job as the Deputy Mayor in this previous term. We've all been really impressed by your leadership, your tenacity, your integrity, and we all look forward to working with you into the future. And I'm, of course, very happy to invite Councillor Atkins to make a gracious concession speech.
I will simply also thank the former Deputy Mayor for her service as Deputy Mayor, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. I've really enjoyed working with you, Jess, and I will congratulate Councillor Scott. Thank you.
Okay. We'll move on to the items, the
Mr Mayor,
reports listed on the
procedural
agenda.
motion to move some items on block, please.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we have a big agenda tonight, and so I have ambitiously suggested a number of items. Those are items 9. I can say what they are as we go through them. Item 9, the instrument of delegation to the Mayor. Item 10, the post-exhibition report on Annandale VPA. Item 14, food security report. Item 26, parking. Item 27, Balmain Town Hall and Civic Precinct. Item 28, Balmain Sailing Club. Item 29, Pride Inner West. Item 30, item 30's been with, item 30 is not on the list, sorry. Item 31, community wealth building. 32, mental health. 33, economic inclusion for people with disabilities.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that motion?
No.
Seconded by Councillor Drury. Now, councillors, as you're aware, I'll go through each of those items. If any councillor wishes to have them dealt with separately, then that is their right. So I'll just go through them sequentially as they've been listed by the Deputy Mayor. Item 9.
Councillor Byrne, I have to exempt myself for that item.
And therefore would like to deal with it separately?
Yes, please.
Okay. Item 10. No. Item 10 can be dealt with on block. Item 14.
Councillor Byrne, I had an amendment to make to that motion.
Okay. Item 26. Yes. Sorry, I missed that, Councillor Stamoulis. What did you say?
I'm saying what they are just rather than the number. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. So, we were up to item 26, which is notice of motion parking.
I would like to speak to that.
Okay. Item 27.
No, I'd like to move an amendment, please.
Okay. Item 28.
No, thank you.
Notice of motion, Balmain Sailing Club. No thank you to the motion, or no
thank you to removing it on block.
Right. Item 32, mental health in the Inner West. Sorry. 29's not on the page that I can see. Maybe
Apologies,
I'm becoming
29 should
dyslexic.
be in the list as well. 29, Pride in the Inner West.
I'm confused now. There's 2 procedural motions on the screen. What happened to the others?
So we got 10.
Oh, so this is the ones that haven't been knocked out yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Item 29, Pride in the Inner West.
Right.
That can be moved on block. Item 31,
Yeah.
Community Wealth Building. That can be moved on block. Item 32, Mental Health in the Inner West. Item 33, Economic Inclusion for People with Disability. That can be adopted. Okay, so we've got items 10, 29, 31, 32 and 33. So I thank the councillors who have agreed to refrain from speaking to their items. I note that they're all from one side of the chamber, so it'd be good if we get cooperation from everybody in getting through the business, given that those sacrifices have been made. I'll put the procedural motion from Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Drury. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. So items 10, 29, 31, 32 and 33 have been dealt with, which brings us back to item 2, Demalgamation business case for Inner West Council. Councillors.
I'd like to move an amendment, please.
Yes, Councillor Scott.
Thank you. The amendment has been provided to the minute takers that the business case and the additional wording is in bold and underlined for the benefit of members in the room. The business case be considered in a workshop for councillors before the October meeting of council, that the Mayor write to the Minister for Local Government reiterating concerns around costs and administration and seeking her specific commitment to paying the full costs should the Minister seek to demerge the council, and to commit to not sacking the council and installing an administrator, and that the business case return to council for further discussion once correspondence from the minister has been received.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for that motion? If not, that motion will lapse. Seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. Do you wish to speak to it? Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against that motion or to amend it? Councillor De Cruz.
Look, a lot of concern has been expressed about the business case, and having read it, I tend to agree. There's lots of problems with it. And I thank the speakers today, Ms. Henman and Ms. Hacking, who came to speak today. And I think they raised some important points. One was that no process for demerger has actually been proposed in the business case, and therefore it's been difficult to cost a demerger. The other concern is, of course, the Micromax survey, which took 600 people by phone and 1,400 self-selecting people, and said they had a different view to 104,219 voters in December 2021. So I think that the idea of asking people whether they'd changed their mind, it was a bit disingenuous and probably a waste of time and money. So I think it was quite distinct, and that's what my amendments are about how clear it was a vote. I have to say that even the campaigners for the yes vote were quite taken aback. There was discussions of 50% being enough to support a yes vote, and the 62.5 is phenomenal. And the last point is to note that the report of the Boundaries Commission on the Gundagai Cootamundra Council, we take note of that in preparing the business case. So these are just comments so that they can be incorporated, so the deferrals not actually has stuff to work on in revising that demerger case. Thank you.
I do not accept those amendments.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll now deal with those amendments. Forgive me for not paying close enough attention. Are they 5 separate amendments? Councillor De Cruz, are you happy to vote on them as one?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a seconder for Councillor De Cruz's amendment? Seconded by Councillor Atkins. Do you wish to speak to it?
Very briefly, just to support the things that were said by speakers at the beginning in the public forum, and what Councillor De Cruz has said. At the very least, the business case needs to include detail of a pathway to a demerger and cost that properly. There are local government experts who could assist with this. So, yeah, I think deferring to not just for a workshop, but to refine the demerger submission is appropriate.
Okay, I'll now put the amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That has been defeated. Is there anyone else who would like to amend the motion or to speak against it? Councillor Stamoulis.
A further amendment. Thank you. I'm quite intrigued. It's the most bizarre process I think I've ever witnessed, and we've come out with a 900-page submission to the minister. Cootamundra Gundagai won their process on 49 pages. We have done a 900-page submission at enormous cost to residents, and most residents know why council have done this. And in fact, I'm pointing out here that any deferral of this item, of this business case to October, must address the key concerns of the community and a number of councillors as well. And that is, the submission has not been validated by an expert in local government, and in particular those who have been involved in demerger processes. There's a few of those around. Not many, but there's a few. The business case is certainly not a business case for a demerger. That's what the public asked us to do in the poll to get to that. They said we want to demerge. All 5 wards clearly said we want to demerge. All 20 suburbs clearly said we want to demerge. No councillor can walk through any suburb, any ward, without knowing that the majority of people wanted to demerge. Council have not prepared a business case here for demerger. There are gross assumptions made in the various technical reports, and weak methodologies have been used to determine the financial impacts of a demerger. We haven't also discussed the risks about rate increases if we stay merged, and we know that a number of councils have had very heavy rate increases to support their mergers. We haven't discussed any bias or misinformation or leading questions in the community survey. Could I have one more?
Sorry.
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor Stamlis' time's elapsed.
Yes, Councillor Stamlis, your time has expired.
I don't accept the amendments.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak against the motion? Councillor Langford.
Thank you. I'll just be really brief, but I just wanted to commend the amendments. I feel that the business case that has been prepared on behalf of the Inner West Council and for residents does not speak for residents.
Sorry, forgive me. I'll just interrupt you momentarily because I've made an error. Councillor Stamlis has proposed an amendment, and I should have asked for a seconder and then dealt with the amendment prior to hearing your to coming to you, Councillor Langford. So if you don't mind, I'll go back and correct that. Is there a seconder for Councillor Stamlis' amendment? Yeah. Seconded by Councillor Langford.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a point of order or
yes.
ask a question?
Yes.
Is it appropriate to include language such as bias and misinformation, which potentially casts reflection on the persons undertaking the community survey? Is there potentially a liability issue should council be expressing a view about the bona fides of the process that was undertaken?
I'll put that question to the officers and I'll add the related question of the wording within the amendment, which reads a conflict of interest in handling of this process by council, which...
I'll withdraw that.
Which may be an allegation. Well, it's been tabled, so I'll seek the advice.
Councils need to be mindful of the outlined acts of disorder that are in the Code of Meeting Practice that talk to defaming and obviously alleging inappropriate conduct, and as appropriate could call upon that to remove such language.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you for that. But can I just seek advice specifically about the tabling of the accusation of the conflict of interest in the handling of the process? Is the tabling of that accusation in keeping with the Code of Meeting Practice or the Code of Conduct?
As the Mayor, you have the ability to identify that as an act of disorder, as does any councillor for consideration of the Mayor. If you so determine that that is an act of disorder, you can request that the councillor that has said so can retract the proposed wording and apologise.
Okay. Councillor Stamlis, I'll ask that you withdraw the accusation of a conflict of interest in point 6 and apologise to the person who it was made against.
There wasn't a person.
Who was it made against?
Yep. So remove 6 and take out the word misinformation.
Sorry, Councillor Stamlis, I've asked that you apologise. Can I ask, you've said it's not a person, who was the accusation made against?
Yeah, look, you didn't hear me speak. You cut off my time for speaking, so there you go. So item 6, remove item 6 and misinformation, remove
Councillor Stamlis?
Remove that word misinformation.
Yes, Councillor Drury? Councillor Stamlis, I'll respectfully request again that you apologise for having made an accusation of a conflict of interest of whoever it was that you were directing it at.
Well, there was no person.
It's been tabled in a motion at council. I'll ask you again respectfully, and if you're unable to apologise, I'll ask for advice from council officers about what should occur next.
All right, we'll seek advice, yeah.
Okay. I'll note that Councillor Stamlis is refusing to...
No, I've said to remove 6
apologise for the accusation. I just seek advice from council officers about the appropriate way for me to deal with the matter now as chair.
As outlined in the act of disorder, if the chair determines that an act of disorder has taken place and requests the councillor to undertake certain processes to retract and in this case apologise, the council then can ask that the councillor be removed from the chambers if they do not do so.
I think this is clearly an act of disorder. I will respectfully request again, Councillor Stamoulis, with great respect, that you simply apologise for the accusation which you've now withdrawn.
Oh, well, yes, I'll apologise for that.
Thank you for that. Okay, where were we up to? We were dealing with the Stamoulis-Langford amendment. Councillor Langford, do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to speak in support of the amendments and also note the comments from the public speakers tonight. I don't believe that this business case speaks for the 63.5% of residents who voted to demerge, and it is not respecting democracy and the results of those polls. I feel that the business case is a thinly veiled argument to keep the council merged. And unfortunately, I feel that this exercise has been just as damaging as actually the forced demerger of the forced merger of the councils in the first place, in terms of the morale of the community and the trust and the impact on the reputation of this council. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll now put the Stamoulis-Langford amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That has been defeated.
Mayor?
Councillor Lockie was against the motion, the amendment.
I'd just like to ask a question to the officers.
Councillor Griffiths.
In our briefing, a question taken on notice was whether the phone survey conducted asked residents, informed residents of the provisions in the Local Government Act which would require them to pay for any approved deamalgamation. Do we have any information on that since the briefing?
Put that question to the officers.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to that, I believe the question was, did the phone survey take into consideration the fact that New South Wales, the government will pay? The financials provided in the survey took into account the numbers provided by Morrison Lowe, which were from taking into account that the minister will pay the identified number. There is still that on cost. So they are in addition to that identified number, and that was what was in the survey.
Sorry, Chair, if I may, just to rephrase and clarify my question, it's whether participants in the survey were informed that the New South Wales government would pay the cost.
So
that question to the officers.
Through the Mayor. So in relation to that, the numbers that have been identified by the Morrison Lowe business case, which is what created the survey based on the financials that they obviously populated, those numbers were in addition to what the government would pay because they're recurring, which is not part of that one-off cost that the minister will pay. So as such, they are an extension. They are not absorbed by what the minister will pay. They are an extension because obviously there's been savings identified with Inner West.
Just related to that, Councillor Griffiths, as you'll be aware, we've repeatedly written to the Minister seeking confirmation of what financial amount would be made available to Council were the demerger to take place. And the most recent correspondence has been the same as the rest. There's been no commitment at all. In fact, she's made clear that she won't make any commitment prior to a demerger. What's your understanding about the financial figure for what would be provided to the Council in the case of a demerger?
I'll decline to answer that question, Mayor.
No problem.
But I
Further
will
discussion,
speak.
councillors?
I will speak, if it's okay.
You were asking a question. I was just seeing whether there's anyone who wanted to speak against the motion. No?
There's
Councillor
no
Griffiths, you had a
speakers
further
against the
question?
motion. Procedural motion to put the motion.
Councillor Scott, the Deputy Mayor, is putting a procedural motion that the motion be put. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. So we'll now vote as in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice immediately on that procedural motion. All those in favour of that motion, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried. We'll now put the motion. We'll now put the amendment, the Stamlis-Langford amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Oh, sorry.
I think
I'm
we already
confused.
voted.
No, we've already dealt with that. We're going to the primary motion because the two amendments have been defeated. So if I can ask that the primary motion be displayed on the screen. Can I ask that the font be reduced so that we can see the entirety of it? Thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply.
Well, the decision to exit or remain as an amalgamated council is one for the minister. And once this business case is with her, it is out of our hands. I would encourage everyone on this council to fully understand the gravity and the risk involved with pressing on with this. I would echo what the Mayor has said. Correspondence from the Minister has not provided any assurance with regard to the continuation of democracy or paying the costs. We need to reckon with this. We need to accept the advice. We need to take it seriously. This is not a stunt. We owe it to our constituents to act with caution. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried with only Councillor Stamlis against. Takes us to item 3, Reconciliation Action Plan.
Mayor,
Councillor Drury.
If I may, could I move the recommendation with some amendment which will appear before you? Firstly, I would like to thank the staff for this action plan. This is a step forward from previous action plans in terms of its content and what it seeks to achieve. I thank staff for bringing it forward. And I will thank Ruth and I'll thank Simon, but I'll thank Deb Lennis, who, along with our existing advisory group, has come up with a crackerjack reconciliation plan, and thank you. I'd also like to suggest tonight that in addition to, whilst we are doing the RAC, there be consideration of establishing a voice for the Inner West Council. That consideration should look at what the role would be, remuneration, and working out the relationship with the Metro Land Council. For me, this is about properly respecting the cultural input that we get from that committee. It's about real respect. It's about real listening, hearing, taking on board. And I believe it is consistent with the sentiments of the Uluru Statement. And I think that the committee has proved itself able to do that by producing such a great plan. There is additional...
Councillor Drury, I'll ask you to conclude your remarks.
I'll move an extension of time for Councillor Drury.
Sorry, Councillor Griffiths is moving an extension of time. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Howard. How long's the period of time?
30 seconds.
Sorry, Councillor Drury. I'll ask you to desist. I'll put the procedural motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Please proceed.
Can we move the screen up, please? See what else is being proposed.
We'll start Councillor Drury's time now.
Okay, so also keen to actually get a budget and look at recurring investment adoption all the documents. And I commend this motion to you. I hope that we can support this unanimously because I think this would be a very significant and important step forward for this council.
Thanks for that, Councillor Drury. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Howard. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, just other than to acknowledge the really important work of the advisory committee and Deb Lennis in creating this extraordinary wrap.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howard. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion or to amend it? Councillor De Cruz.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Auntie Deb Lennis for her work on this wrap and for her works on wraps all the way back to 2013. I was present when the first wrap Auntie Deb worked on with the then Mayor of Leichhardt, and I have actually recorded that on my website, so if you want any photos of it, I've got them. So I've actually put up two amendments. I've got an amendment up there. And I'd like to consider them separately. So my concern is that a community hub has been identified as something that's desired, and I must say that this project or program has an enormous amount of champions for it, and it seems that with such a championship behind it, it should get through. But I'd still like to see progress on it reported to council. Thank you. And so that was just on establishing the community hub. And so, and the second amendment that I'd like to put forward is that we receive quarterly reports on the procurement policy and strategy, and that I'm a bit concerned about that we send the tenders to the supply nation when, in fact, if anyone is tendering, they would know that you go to AusTender anyway, so there's no value in that. The real value is in procurement, actual value of money spent with these organisations. And in fact, looking at Supply Nation, there were two very useful reports there, which I hope will be taken, responded to or looked at by the staff, relevant staff in finance and procurement when they're coming up with this policy. There are also New South Wales KPIs, there are federal KPIs, so therefore that's the amendment I put up, that we have some KPIs.
Point of order. De Cruz's time is finished.
If you just listen.
I'll call the meeting to order. Thank you for that, Councillor Scott. I note that Councillor Drury is willing to incorporate the amendment into the primary motion. I'll put that to the council officers. Councillor Drury is seeking advice about point 5.
Through you, Chair. So council staff can do quarterly reporting. We already work with Supply Nation and a number of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander suppliers. So we can report those statistics and contract spend values on a quarterly basis.
I accept.
That is incorporated into the motion. I'll call the meeting to order. Is there any further amendment or anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Drury for a right of reply, which is unnecessary. I now put the motion. All those in favour, against, declare that carried unanimously. I've got a motion from Councillor Howard that we adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes to reconvene at 9:15, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. Be back here in 10 minutes. councillors to resume their seats.
All right.
It's redundant now. I mean, it's not like you're giving away an asset. Okay, the meeting has been resumed. We're up to item 4,
Mr. Mayor.
Ashfield Park Plan and Management. Councillor D'Arienzo.
Thank you. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Seconded.
Mayor, I would like to put an amendment.
Sorry, just one moment, councillor. Councillor D'Arienzo, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, please. I'd like to thank the council staff for preparing this report. I'm very pleased to see the community consultation that we undertook face-to-face in July this year has really shaped the draft plan of management and master plan. It really highlights the value of community consultation. The proposed changes aim to improve Ashfield Park and ensure it continues to be a highly valued community asset available for wide and varied uses for the whole community to enjoy. It was clear very early on that a new off-leash dog area was needed in this part of the LGA and received support, varying levels of support throughout the consultation period. But as we reached the end of the consultation, it was the community that decided the best location to be the northeastern part of Ashfield Park adjacent to Ormond Street. While there's been much discourse on whether to fence or not to fence, the community support was evident for a landscaped, partial L-shaped fence to be installed along Ormond Street and up to and including a small portion of Parramatta Road. The reason for a partial fence and not a full fence is not to make it a destination dog park. This will be a park that will be used for locals who can manage their dogs safely in an off-leash environment. That responsibility rests with the dog owners. I support the officer's recommendations and refer it to the minister to the Minister for consent. Look forward to it being brought back to council in due course for adoption.
Now, I know there was a seconder. Who was that?
That was me.
Councillor Scott, did you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Griffiths, your amendment?
Yeah, thank you. Well, first, I'll just speak to it. And firstly, sorry for interjecting, Councillor. I was just, it was moving very quick there. I thought we were about to proceed. So, in short, I think it's great that we've moved forward with a reasonable proposal for the off-leash dog area, and I strongly support that, and I think it's great that we've brought the community together in that way. I'm very excited about the ping pong table, or a potential for a ping pong table, and I think that will fit very well into the park. Likewise, I'm excited about the aspiration for more space for the community garden and a new garden shed. I'm a proud member of the Inner West's greatest bowling club, the Ashfield Bowling Club, to make that very clear. However, I'm really excited about many of the aspirations and the plans to improve the club, but I don't think the financial sustainability stems from its request for synthetic turf. I think that's misplaced, and I think the environmental factors and negatives of synthetic turf are well known, such as the heat that it attracts. And personally, I'm really not convinced that it would be suitable for this site or for Ashfield Bowling Club, and there's a lot of concern in the community about the synthetic turf. On that basis, I will be bringing an amendment to remove reference to synthetic turf, and I'm excited to work with the bowling club to work on making the club even better and attract new patrons and ensure that it's well used by the community, because I do love that club dearly. However, I would like to remove the reference to synthetic turf.
Have you provided the wording of that to the minute takers, Councillor?
Behind you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. So, is there a seconder for the Griffiths amendment? Councillor De Cruz? Out of restraint, do you wish not to speak to it, or are you going to insist
I'd
upon
just like to, can I take the whole 2 minutes?
You generally do.
I'd just like to thank Miss Ali for coming along and speaking and raising a really important point about the business case for synthetic turf at Ashfield Park. And in addition to the comments Councillor Griffith has made about the environmental cost of synthetic turf, I'm also concerned, it's probably not in this, but I think there's another document which talks about upgrade to synthetic.
If it's not in this, it's not relevant. Point of order.
So, yes, anyway, I second the motion, and I think we should bring back a business case from Ashfield Council.
Councillor Scott has moved a point of order. Councillor Scott?
I believe Councillor De Cruz has stopped talking about her irrelevant point, so we can move on.
Okay. Councillor Scott, Councillor De Cruz, have you concluded your remarks? Yes? Okay. I'll ask the mover of the motion whether you wish to incorporate the amendment.
No.
Okay. We'll put the Griffiths De Cruz amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That has been defeated. Is there any further amendment? There's no further amendment. I'll go to Councillor D'Arienzo for a right of reply.
Just to say very briefly, the reason for that is because the plan of management only speaks to consideration of the synthetic turf rather than going ahead and proposing that it actually be adopted. And I know the significant consultation that went into that plan of management with all the stakeholders, including the management of the bowling club. I know there were mixed views in the community about it. I acknowledge that. But that I just wanted to explain my reasons why we weren't supporting it.
Thanks very much, Councillor. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Brings us to item 5, licence agreement for community access, Graham Green, Dulwich Hill
Mayor,
High
I'll
School
move
of
that.
Visual Arts.
Thank you.
Councillor Drury.
The recommendation as printed and express some considerable frustration with the New South Wales Department of Education in relation to trying to negotiate an agreement as they're kind of required to do by the consent that gave that department that land. I think that we should be reminding the department of the history in relation to that land, not just having them roll out their standard contract and trying on cost shifting to local government, such as they would appear to be attempting to do, as the officers have said in the negotiations with them. We are paying an annual licence fee for them to also pay for the maintenance and sort out the water costs, and that would mean a whole lot of set of meters, and that's not an easy thing in itself, is outrageous. I believe we need to draw attention to the Minister to this and hope the Minister has more sense than those people who are negotiating on behalf of the department. I urge everyone to support this. You all know this is what the community wants.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion?
I'll second that. Thank you, Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, I'm okay. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to item 6, Aquatics Inclusion Swim Program. Councillor D'Arienzo.
Thank you. There are some amendments that I've provided to the minute taker. Thank you. Thank you. So I propose some amendments. Do I need to speak? Do I speak now?
You're not required to, but if you wish to, please do.
Just very quickly, I wanted to thank the staff for their work in hosting another incredibly successful and well-attended trans and gender diverse swim event on Sunday the 28th of August. The Inner West Council is one of the most diverse local government areas in New South Wales, and as a council, we have an abiding commitment to inclusiveness and diversity. We continue to throw our support behind events which celebrate those core values. And this amendment that I propose is to ask the officers to bring a report to the next council meeting to look at options for increasing the number and the type of events, and to make sure that we're making use of all of our fantastic aquatic facilities.
Thanks for that, councillor. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Yes.
Seconded by councillor Atkins. Do you wish to speak to it?
No,
No problem. Just speak very briefly myself, just to say I'm really passionate about seeing the refugee program expanded and reinvigorated as well. I was part of establishing the program originally through the Refugee Welcome Centre, and seeing people from refugee backgrounds trained as lifeguards and attending Learn to Swim programs, getting into the water for the first time ever. Some of them having lived in countries where there was no access to the ocean at all, was really moving. And so we've got these amazing facilities. The trans and gender diverse swim days and nights have been a roaring success, but let's go to the next level with these programs as well.
Mayor, I would like to move an amendment.
Councillor Griffiths.
I'll just wait for them to be placed on screen. Okay. Thank you. And can we just scroll down? Is that okay?
Just ask the minute take us to scroll down. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll start with number 5, which is consultation with the disability community and Council's Access Committee about the Abilities Open Day, but also more generally around how we can make our aquatic services more accessible. I think that one kind of speaks for itself and is relatively, hopefully should be adopted. Number 4, so Belgravia, previous to the insourcing of Annette Kellerman, used to have a partnership with the Sydney Local Health District for the Living Well, Living Longer initiative to run a gym and swim, which was a twice weekly 1-hour gym and then 1-hour aerobic exercise program for people with complex mental health issues. The power of the program is to integrate community, confidence and cardiometabolic health. It was a very successful program, and some members have completed over 100 sessions at the Annette Kellerman Aquatic Centre. I'm asking that we reach out to the local health district and investigate a partnership with them to continue this excellent program. It's an investigation.
I'll ask the movers of the motion, the mover of the motion, whether you wish to incorporate the amendment into the primary motion.
I just have a question before making that decision.
Yep.
Are there any officer comments to take into consideration for point number 4?
I'll put that question to the officers.
If I could, I'd like to, through you, Mr Mayor, Mr Chair, if I could, I'd like the opportunity to take that on notice. Yep. Thank you.
Given that it's an investigation, I support the amendments.
Okay, thank you. They're incorporated into the primary motion. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? If not, we'll go to Councillor D'Arienzo for a right of reply. No need. We'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 7, Henson Park, private-public partnership.
Mr Mayor?
Councillor Howard.
Sorry, there's some amendments on the screen. You said earlier. Do you mind just going down a little bit, Catherine? Sorry. I keep going a little bit. Sorry. Yep, there we go. Thanks. So point 4 and 5, just you can see some words have been struck out, others are added, and an additional point. So I'm pleased to support this report and thank staff for their ongoing work on the project. I note that the Regional Planning Panel approved the development application on 5th September. With this approval, we're a step closer to inclusive facilities that mean women players can achieve their full potential at Henson Park. We're a step closer to modern amenities that reinforce Henson Park's place at the heart of the community sport in Mayoral and the Inner West. This report recommends that Council authorises the General Manager to certify and submit all relevant documentation to the Office of Local Government as a public-private partnership. This approach provides the greatest degrees of probity and transparency. It also establishes parameters for the General Manager to negotiate a future heads of agreement. The amendments that I'm proposing today authorise the General Manager to negotiate a heads of agreement, but require the commercial terms to be reported back to Council for approval. The second amendment also commits to entering into a licence with the Newtown Jets in respect to the future sporting use at Henson Park. These amendments are designed to give an extra level of assurance around the significant partnership being forged by Council, the AFL and Jets. I also note that the resolution, and I think this is important, the resolution that was passed on the 26th of October 2021 makes it clear that any future heads of agreement include a key principle on the continuation, promotion and facilitation of junior rugby league and AFL sporting activities. And I also note that any requests by the relevant clubs for additional hours of exclusive use must be referred to councillors for consideration. I urge councillors to support the amended recommendations and amendments.
Thanks, Councillor Howard. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Councillor Stamoulis.
Just a question through the chair, if I may, Mr. Mayor. Just on the project funding, it wasn't clear to me how that worked. Now, it appears that 10.5 million is funded and 1.6 isn't. Correct me if I'm wrong. But if there is that 1.6 million, how are we intending on funding that? Thank you.
I'll put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is still to be negotiated with the AFL, Councillor.
Does that address your question, Councillor?
For additional funding from the AFL or council or part or both? Or?
Put that question to the General Counsel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is, we're still working that out, but there's more than likely it's going to be through the AFL providing that extra funding.
Thank you.
Question. Thank you.
Councillor Langford.
Thank you, Mayor. Question through you to council staff, probably. So the report notes that there's a high risk to council because the project isn't fully funded, and it also notes that the project doesn't include sufficient sustainability elements to meet council's net zero targets, and these have both been identified as high risk in this project. I'm just wondering how council proposes to address those issues.
I'll put that question to the General Counsel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're still negotiating with the AFL, but more importantly, I'll take that question on notice, Councillor.
Thank you for that. Councillor Shetty, sorry.
No worries. Just because point 5 is new and I had not considered it in great detail in the lead up to this meeting, would someone be able to please clarify through you, Mr. Mayor, what is the current licensing arrangement with the Newtown Jets with the use of Henson Park, and is there an agreement with the Newtown Jets around the use of Henson Park, and will this commitment just carry forward something that is similar to what has already occurred, or are we committing to something that might need funding?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to take on notice the question about the current lighting arrangements with the Newtown Jets. But in terms of moving forward, it is the intention of the council officers to negotiate a further licence agreement with the Newtown Jets after we've finalised the leasing arrangements with the AFL.
Councillor Shetty, does that address your question?
Sort of. It's on notice, so not really.
No problem. Councillor Lockie?
Just a question seeking clarity, and I think Councillor Howard, you may have referred to this earlier, but just so I'm very clear on this in my mind. So in relation to point 5, with the committing to entering into a licence, have I understood correctly that if, as part of that commitment, the licence that, for example, let's say the Newtown Jets wanted to negotiate a higher usage of the grounds than they currently have, so increased hours, that would need to come back to council for consideration, is that correct?
That's my understanding, is that any licence agreement would come to council.
I'm happy to go to a council officer as
Put
well.
that
But
question
thank you,
to the
Councillor
council
Howard.
officers.
Through you, Mr Mayor, that is correct, and it would be in accordance with the allocation policy as it relates to Henson Park.
Anyone who wishes to speak against the motion?
Questions?
Councillor De Cruz.
Can you clarify how much free time or informal sport time there is by the time the Newtown Jets and the AFL have their share of the Henson Park?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll have to take that question on notice.
Can I just add one thing? The plan of management's quite expressed that there were 20 ticketed games for AFL and 20 ticketed games for the Jets. The Jets have been there for quite some time. Matthew's doing this arrangement with the AFL because they've provided the funding, and that's just the way it works. This just gives clarity that, of course, there's steps that he needs to take through to then provide the Jets. The Jets have a licence agreement that goes for a number of years forward, and we'd just be honouring that arrangement. But we've certainly been clear, from my point of view, it's what's in the POM. It's 20 games. We've made it quite clear to the community when we met the community as well in that respect, and we're not planning to change that. We're just being transparent with where we're at with the conversations that are going on.
So there's no one who's speaking against the motion. There's been multiple speakers in support. I'll go to Councillor Howard for a right of reply.
Just very quickly to say that the purpose of the amendment is to make sure that the commercial terms come back to council. That's what we're doing here.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
I'd like to move the officer's recommendations on item 9, please.
No, we have number 8.
8, aren't we? Social media policy.
Mr Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to move to defer the item to the November council meeting, and in the interim seek a briefing from the Office of Local Government on the model social media policy and why its adoption is considered best practice.
Is there a seconder for that?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against a motion for deferral?
Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to speak against it, and I'd like to put a foreshadowed motion.
Yes.
I think we've been dealing with this matter for a very long time, and I do thank the officers for their work with engaging with the local government's recommendation, which is clearly just a recommendation. But I do think that there's just so many problems with the original one from the Office of Local Government and its real encroachment onto councillors' social media profiles and pages, and how we use those pages, which are really quite inappropriate, and I'm quite disgruntled with, clearly. But I would also like to note that we have 2 pre-existing social media policies that we could be seeking to put specific amendments to, one applying to staff, the other one applying to councillors, and I would welcome staff to bring any recommended amendments to the pre-existing staff social media policy at a future council meeting. But quite simply, I think we've spent enough time and spent enough resources, which we should be concentrating on residents and having an outward focus. I don't want to spend any more time on it, so I'm hoping we can move on.
Councillor Griffiths, you're proposing that we thank the staff. Note that we have 2 pre-existing social media policies. Ask that the staff present any recommended amendments to the pre-existing staff social media policy at a future council meeting. So you want to leave the components of it that apply to councillors unamended?
I'm happy to look at that in a standalone way, Mayor, if you would like to put an amendment, but I don't want to...
I'm just trying to clarify what you're proposing. Because you realise there are restrictions on councillors within the existing policy.
Happy for people to bring that, but the Office of Local Government's recommendation, I think, is a very poor starting point for this conversation.
Yeah, okay. Is there a seconder for the foreshadowed motion? If not, that will lapse. Councillor Atkins, do you wish to speak to it? Okay. Is there any amendment to either the primary motion or the foreshadowed motion? If not, I'll put the primary motion. If it's defeated, we'll deal with the foreshadowed motion. So I'll put the Howard Scott motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. That has been carried. Next item, item 9. Councillor Scott.
Thank you. I'll move the officer's recommendations.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Stevens?
And Mr Mayor, may I ask a question
Yes.
of the Senior Manager for Governance and Risk before we debate this matter? My reading of the instrument is that it does not provide any new delegated powers and merely provides additional clarity in line with the Local Government Act. Can I confirm whether or not that's your understanding of the nature of this instrument?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. There's been no removal or add to what was already in place, adopted in 2018. What I have done is sought to align it to our actual standards in relation to delegations, but to also make sure that it's appropriately drafted so that it's applicable, and to also just provide that further level of clarity around, for example, the recess period and whatnot that was extremely vague or non-existent in the previous one.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any foreshadowed motion or amendment? Councillor De Cruz?
I've sent it to the Minutake. So I'm a bit concerned that there's a $10,000 or $20,000 delegation during recess. We have emails and...
Councillor De Cruz? Councillor De Cruz, are you going to conclude your remarks?
Can the amendment be put up so that people can see it? So I'm proposing that the financial delegation be reduced to 0 and that all councillors be consulted on emergency expenditure by email if there isn't a council meeting and any expenditure is reported to the next council meeting.
Is there a seconder for the amendment? If not, that will lapse. I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply.
No, thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that. I'll just recommit the vote because it wasn't clear how people were voting. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That has been carried. Next item, item 10.
I'll move the officer's recommendations.
Do we adopt 10 in bulk?
Oh.
Yes. Item 11, Local Traffic Committee. Councillor Scott will absent herself. Councillor Drury?
Mayor, can I move the report and thank those involved, but just note my utter frustration and the frustration of those people who use and walk along Frederick Street with the pathetic report from Transport for New South Wales and their inaction, their manifest inaction to address this very dangerous road. They think they can just do nothing and we will give up. They think they will hold out as they've done time and time again. We'll get distracted and we'll start talking about something else. No, we will not. We will talk about it at every traffic committee. I will talk about it at every time it comes up here until Traffic for New South Wales gets the message they need to improve Frederick Street. It is their responsibility. The notion that something might happen in August, or they said, I think something might happen, no one's holding their breath for anything happening at any time. They have shown a complete contempt for our community in relation to a major road which goes through and intersects a number of our wards. I urge the chair and those on the committee to continue to press Traffic for New South Wales to take responsibility for their own road.
I'll move an extension of time. Okay, that's fine.
Thanks very much, Councillor Drury, and I think we all concur with your remarks. Thank you for your ongoing advocacy and passion. Is there a seconder for Councillor Drury's moved the adoption of the minutes. Is there a seconder for that?
I'll
seconded by Councillor Howard. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, just briefly, please. I just did want to take the opportunity to thank the Director of Infrastructure and the Director of Planning for all they did to progress the traffic light feasibility study, and the General Manager also. And for the most recent public meeting, thank you, Councillor Langford, for moving that last meeting. I really just want to acknowledge the hard work and the passion and the tenacity of Tempe residents around the issue of Bunnings Tempe. We may not have got the result we'd so dearly hoped for, but there can be no doubt that every single concession that was won was hard fought for and hard won by those residents. They scoured technical documents and plans, pulled together submissions, attended public meetings and more. They learned more about traffic conditions and engineering than they probably ever would have imagined they would do or like to do again. And it was hours, countless hours away from family and juggling work and God knows what else. I mean, I'm just really just full of gratitude and respect for the people that have led the campaign. I did want to just thank the councillors for supporting the most recent submission. I really appreciated that. And I wanted to acknowledge in particular the Mayor and Councillor Langford and Councillor Sardulius. I think we worked together really well on this. And I think that we really, I learned a lot about from the persistence of the community and the passion of the community. And I've just been really humbled and honoured to have been able to fight alongside them for the past 9 months. We have more work to do. The revised LATM will come back shortly. There is much to do in terms of the other traffic work and protections for those residents outside of what was approved by Transport for New South Wales. So just wanted to take the opportunity to thank everyone and to let the Tempe community know that we still stand with them as they continue their work.
Thanks very much, Councillor Howard, and might I add, on behalf of all of the other councillors, thank you for your very diligent work. I don't think I've seen it before for a councillor to go to that length and that effort to produce draft submissions and then involve all other councillors in being able to put their names to it. It was a very selfless thing to do, and I'm sure that the community was appreciative of your work as well. Okay, so we've got a motion to adopt the minutes, moved by Councillor Drury, seconded by Councillor Howard. Are there any amendments to the minutes?
Yes, Mayor. I have some amendments which were supplied to the minute taker earlier on, very much reflecting Councillor Howard's comments and noting basically what's happened in terms of the decision of the Sydney Eastern City Planning Panel to accept the modifications and the fact that there won't be traffic lights at the intersection and the danger that that poses to the community. Also congratulating the Tempe residents on what an amazing campaign that they ran, and acknowledging the work of my fellow councillors, Matt Howard in particular, and Zoe Sardulius. It was a real pleasure to work with the Tempe community and to try and support them as much as possible. And also a really big thanks to council staff for really going the extra mile, ensuring that that traffic feasibility report was produced in a very timely manner so that it could be considered by the planning panel, and also making best efforts to meet with the community and also to request the deferral of the decision. So I hope that you will support the amendments to this.
Well, can I ask you just to speak briefly to the substance of them, because it's a very long amendment which we can't fit on one screen. So I don't want us to be voting for something accidentally we're not aware of. I agree with all of your sentiments, but what's the thrust of the amendment?
It's really noting and thanking and saying that council will continue to support the Tempe community in ensuring that whatever measures we can will to basically make their streets safe.
Okay, thanks for that. Can we make the font smaller, because we can't possibly vote on something that we haven't seen? Thanks very much. Councillor Howard, have you had a chance to look at that?
I have. I would support the amendment.
Okay, that's incorporated into the...
Sorry, Councillor Drury will need to.
Oh, sorry, my error. Councillor Drury, you happy to incorporate that into the minutes? Okay, that's incorporated. Is there anyone who wishes to further amend the minutes? Councillor De Cruz.
Just taking up Councillor Drury's comments about Frederick Street, I think it is appalling that the work was supposed to be end of July, early August, and it hasn't been done yet. And there was an earlier upgrade in 2018 perhaps, or 2019. And I know at that time I asked Maureen Faruqi, who was in the upper house then, to raise the topic in Parliament, and that upgrade got done. It wasn't sufficient. So if the taker can put my amendment up, I would like us to write to the local MPs to raise the issue in Parliament as a question on notice as to when the Frederick Street upgrade will get done, because that certainly helped the last time to get the work done.
Do you wish to incorporate that, Councillor Drury? Okay, that's incorporated. Are there any further amendments to the minutes?
Could I, through you, just ask a question of staff?
Yes,
please,
Councillor
about
Atkins.
Future traffic committee work. I would like to ask for an update on the Trafalgar Street rearrangements for the purposes of the Stanmore Station upgrade. I understand that there have been some delays till the 1st of October, and we're expecting a proposal for traffic committee, but there's nothing on the agenda for traffic committee next week.
Put that question to the council officers.
Through the chair, we have requested a revised proposal be brought back. That hasn't been provided to us yet. As soon as that's provided, we intend to report that through to traffic committee to seek their comments.
Okay, thank you for that. There's no further amendments. I'll go to Councillor Drury, who doesn't need a right of reply, and I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to item 12, minutes of the Audit and Risk Committee. Could Councillor Scott be... Oh, wow. That was very efficient. Councillor Scott is moving the adoption of the recommendation. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, please, just
Please do.
momentarily. Okay, let's get there. All right, so we are talking about the minutes of the June meeting. Now, in those June minutes, you will see that there is reference to a briefing that would be upcoming at the August meeting, which we had. That briefing was on the risks of demerger, and it was provided to us by our consultants at Ernst & Young. In that briefing, we were advised that of the 22 risks with regard to the demerger business case, even after mitigation, 5 of them have a residual risk rating of extreme. And they are a lack of understanding of the complexities in relation to demerger, the inability to establish and maintain IT systems, that the demerger period is unrealistic, that new councils are not financially sustainable, and that there is major operational disruption and business continuity problems. Now, that first extreme risk, the lack of understanding of the complexities of demerger, that applies to us too. I genuinely do not believe that everyone around this table understands the complexities of this process or has an appreciation of the potentially catastrophic outcomes should this occur. As your representative on the Audit and Risk Committee, I am sounding the alarm. Of the remaining 17 risks, after mitigation, 8 are rated high and the remaining 9 are rated medium. None of them can be mitigated to a tolerable level. I urge members opposite to take this seriously. At our workshop, which we've just resolved to have, let's think about this together with openness and respect for the advice and the position that we are in as caretakers of the future of the Inner West. There is no magical solution. This will require hard decisions by all of us. We cannot be cavalier, and we owe it to our constituents to act carefully and responsibly. I have never seen an organisation press ahead with a business decision with an extreme residual risk rating. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Scott. So, Councillor Scott, you're just moving the officer's recommendation, not for the incorporation of those risks in the resolution?
No, I believe those risks will come forward when we have the opportunity to confirm the August minutes.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for that. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Atkins. Do you wish to speak to it?
Just very briefly, to also acknowledge the risk report that came to the audit committee meeting, and to make the point that not only the councillors opposite, as you put it, we're not an opposition, but anyway, do understand the risks. We've seen that report. We agree they need to be taken into account, but I would also suggest that that the community members who are pushing for this are also aware of the risks and of the risks of not demerging. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, may I ask a question
Yes,
of
Councillor Stevens.
of Councillor Atkins and also Deputy Mayor Scott as councillor members of the committee? I note from the discussion that the committee is actively considering the various risks that may arise from the proposed demerger of the council. I wonder whether you could advise Councillor Atkins, specifically in relation to the Greenway, what impact demalgamation of the council would have on the delivery of the project, including whether it would result in the delay to the project or additional costs.
Councillor Stevens is posing a question to Councillor Atkins as the delegate to the Audit and Risk Committee about the impact on the Greenway of demerger and the risks.
I am not able to answer that question on the spot. I'm sorry.
Thank you for that.
Come back.
Deputy Mayor Scott, are you able to assist in relation to that?
Thank you. I will seek assistance from the General Counsel. My understanding is that major contracts of that nature have no contemplation within them for a demerger, and as such there would need to be an apportionment of cost and liability agreed by parties should that become a relevant consideration, but I'd seek clarification from General Counsel if that's possible.
The Manager of Governance has indicated that she's able to put some additional light on the issue.
Hi, and happy to defer to the General Counsel if required, but you are correct. In the current contracts that we have in place, there are no identification of demergers even contemplated, and that would need to be looked at and discussed if demerger was to take place.
So to clarify, within those major contracts, there would be major risk in renegotiation should this proceed?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for that. There's no further discussion. I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply.
No, thank you.
I'll put the Scott Atkins motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried with Councillor Stamoulis against.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion
Yes?
to change the order of the agenda
Yes.
and to bring forward the confidential items which are 37, 38, 39 and 40, and also the urgency motion provided to us by staff.
So Councillor Scott is moving that we go into confidential session, that we suspend standing orders to bring forward the items tabled for confidential consideration, and that we go into confidential session.
Correct.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Drury. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Were you in favour or against, Councillor Griffiths? Okay, Councillor Griffiths is against. Everyone else was in favour. That has been carried. I'll ask the officers to clear the room of anybody who doesn't need to be here so that we can go into confidential session. And I'll ask the officers also to let me know when the broadcast has been discontinued.
It requires a motion.
Thanks very much. Okay, we'll resume standing orders and we are at item 13.
Mr Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to move the report with an amendment that's been provided to the minute taker.
Councillor Smith, do you wish to speak to it?
I do. I want to begin by thanking the staff, capably led by our Director of Community, who did such a commendable job bringing this summit into being, as well as the more than 100 attendees representing artists, creative business and venue owners, peak organisations and industry leaders who generously lent their time and expertise to this important event, masterfully facilitated by Alan Cartwright. The immense wealth of knowledge, passion and experience in the room is demonstrated by the ideas contained in this report. When Mayor Byrne and I first proposed the summit in March, our commitment was that this should be the start of the conversation with our arts and creative sector as we together draw a blueprint for the sector's recovery. As first steps go, it's certainly in the right direction, and tonight I move an amendment to chart the next steps in this journey. Firstly, using the summit as our foundation, we must now begin the serious work of drafting our recovery plan in consultation with key stakeholders, including Council's Arts and Cultural Advisory Group. This plan will be a comprehensive, considered and deliberative strategy document which guides our specific asks of local, state and federal government, the business community and peak bodies, and is of course informed by the summit. This is no small task, but neither are the challenges facing the sector, the 1 in 10 Inner West residents employed in the creative economy, or the risks to our local and state economy if we fail to act. This will be an ambitious and long-term project, and one that I hope will draw cross-partisan support from this council. But Chair, I also want to acknowledge the message heard loud and clear from the summit that the sector needs immediate support now. And so point 3 of my amendment calls on Council to endorse a number of initiatives from the summit for immediate action. These initiatives have been identified and endorsed in consultation with staff because they align with our existing cultural strategy and living arts program, are locally focused, within our remit and can provide immediate and real support. And you will see in many cases they build upon the existing work of Council to support arts and culture, including our Marrickville Town Hall activation, but perfect match increase to the budget, our long-term advocacy for the Enmore Road SEP, and initiatives including the Inner West Film Festival and World Pride
I'll move an
activations.
extension of time of 2 minutes. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour, against, declare that carried.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't need 2 minutes. I'm immensely proud of the work on this project to date, and I'm excited and ambitious for the task ahead. I look forward to the support of Council and I commend this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'd like to second your motion, Councillor Smith. I'll just ask the minute takers if they can to display the entirety of the motion on the screen, because there are elements that are not currently displayed that I would like to speak to as well. My eyesight's terrible. Yeah, if you could just scroll down so that we can see the entirety of point 3, please. Thank you very much for that. I want to thank Councillor Smith for her very skilled and diligent work in the preparation of this motion, and also thank Ruth Callaghan and all of the officers involved in the organisation of the Arts Summit, which was, by any measure, a fantastic event that was really professionally organised. And Alan, to you as well. We've had a lot of really good positive feedback from people about how it was arranged, the fact that it was meaningful and real, the fact that we got the Arts Minister to attend and say positive things about me. That was great. Doesn't happen very often from Liberal Party politicians. No, he was at the first cabinet meeting of the new government. You guys wouldn't know much about that. And there is an opportunity now for us to take the momentum generated from the summit and turn it into a real blueprint that can help the whole of the artistic economy in the Inner West to recover. This is not about 1 or 2 motions that you move at the council meeting. It's not about whether we say we support universal basic income or not. It's about us really taking responsibility for one of the most important economic sectors in the inner west, and taking a coordinating role in lifting it back up because it's been through such a difficult crisis. I want to speak to two elements of what Councillor Smith has proposed that I think are really exciting. Firstly, we know that the Marrickville Town Hall, the conversion of the Marrickville Town Hall into an arts and cultural venue is taking place, that there's real momentum and enthusiasm for that. To now say that we're going to do it with all 8 town halls, that's groundbreaking. No council in Australia has done that. And I think that is a really exciting thing that will be well received by artists right across the inner west. And secondly, in relation to the entertainment precinct, I'm very proud that we have invented that policy. We proposed it, we fought for it, the trial is now underway. I'll conclude very quickly. The trial is now underway in Enmore. And Councillor Smith is proposing that we look at other main streets that could be special entertainment precincts, and that's groundbreaking too. Now, under the leadership of this council, we are going to make a real difference in arts and culture that will be felt nationally. And we've got the blueprint now, the start of the blueprint to do it. So thanks very much, Councillor Smith, for your excellent work in developing that. Big things are going to happen in the inner west. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion?
I've got an amendment,
Councillor De Cruz.
which I think I sent to Catherine. Probably the third note sort of overlaps, but so basically I welcome the idea of a concierge because to date I've been doing that, trying to flog council buildings, and have had a very interesting proposal from someone, an artist who was at the Edge incubator in the Greenway a couple of years ago to sort of take forward an idea which I think conforms with an earlier proposal by Labor to extend Santa Moore Festival across all the wards. So I welcome this. So my amendments are just that we note the launch of the Inner West Creative Network on Friday night, and the Mayor, Councillors Langford and Lockie and myself attended, and it was quite an interesting night. There were people who were organising arts events as well as artists themselves. So I actually just picked up a couple of points from the people I was discussing with, chatting to at that event. So one of the things was the visual arts, the sale and of artwork at craft markets, directing festivals and performing areas, performing are ways artists earn a living. The dream is of a regular income, and council is currently developing a cultural strategy into numerous properties which could be used as for cultural pursuits, but are not. So I think earlier tonight we handed over a property to the Lawn Association. We don't have any similar kind of deals with any cultural associations, and I look forward to those being put in place and happening in the Inner West. So it's basically just to note the launch of the network, to note that we need craft markets and visual arts and performing events.
We can read it. Thank you. Councillor Smith, do you wish to incorporate that amendment?
Not really, because I don't see any substantive actions initiated in that amendment, and B, I think it largely overlaps and is redundant compared to mine.
That's not incorporated. I'd also just like to correct Councillor De Cruz. Well, the Sydney Fringe Festival are located in Marrickville Town Hall, so that's one example. There's many others. Councillor Stamoulis.
Yeah, one of the things that came out fairly strongly for me was the economics of the arts industry, and that's not really coming out clearly in any motion that I've seen, whether it be this one or others in the past. Although I wasn't listed here, I did actually attend a few hours of it.
How could they have missed you?
Yeah, I know. But I mean, things that come out clearly to me via this report, and also at the forum, words were mentioned such as funding, costs, insurances, minimum wages, rents, subsidies, tax. A lot of these sort of cost-based things, and I don't see any motion, I think, to date, and I'm not questioning this particular motion, but I haven't seen any to date that addresses those fundamental concerns that relate to those issues that I've mentioned, and in fact they appear directly in this report. Now, whether or not we can modify this motion at some stage later, because I wouldn't want to halt any progress on this, but I think we're missing some of the fundamentals that they're facing, some of those costs, some of the pressures there that they explicitly told us and they've written down. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. There's no one who wishes to speak against the motion. I'll go to Councillor Smith for a right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just reply, firstly, Councillor Stamoulis and any other councillors, you're more than welcome to bring your own motions to council to build on this if you would like to. I would just point out, as I've stated in my amendment, that the initiatives that have been outlined in my amendment have been so chosen and selected in consultation with staff because they are immediately actionable by council. They are tangible, real supports that we can provide to the sector right now. They fall within council's remit, and they speak to many of the ideas that were put forward by the summit. So by no means is anyone, least of all me, suggesting that this is the be-all and end-all out of the summit. In fact, my amendment explicitly states otherwise. And I look forward to working with all councillors to develop the recovery plan moving forward, which I'm sure will be much more comprehensive and incorporate many of the ideas that you've mentioned.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That is carried unanimously.
With the officer's recommendations of item 14.
Councillor Scott is moving the officer's recommendation for item 14. Do you wish to speak to it?
With my right to speak.
Is there a seconder for that?
I'll second. I've also got an amendment to
Seconded by Councillor Lockie, who is also seeking to move an amendment.
Yes, as sent through to the officers earlier, just that add a second point that requests that
accept that
council
amendment.
staff. Yes, keep councillors informed on progress in this area through regular briefings and or briefing notes. I'd also like to thank council staff for bringing this motion to tonight's council meeting. I'm very conscious that it was a very quickly put together update for us that would have been produced maybe only 3 weeks, if that, after the motion passed at the last council meeting. So I do commend them for bringing that to us so quickly. I just wanted to add that additional points because I've been having conversations with our director community on a fairly regular basis, and I know that work in this area continues to evolve as council staff liaise with more of the organisations that work in our area, and also as the various needs become more apparent. I just wanted to call attention to the point that was raised in the August Mayoral Forum that's noted in the report here that there has been a significant spike in requests from community members across all 5 council wards for not just food, but also vouchers and emergency material assistance. As flagged last meeting, this is a much, much wider issue that goes to the cost of living pressures that we're all experiencing, some of us far more so than others, and I think it would be great for all of us to be kept informed as progress is made in this area.
Okay, thank you for that. There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
I'll move the
Item
officer's
15,
motion
six-monthly
to item
report.
15, yep.
Yeah. Councillor Scott is moving that. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Stevens. Do either of you wish to speak to it?
Councillor Stevens may.
Yes, Mr Mayor. Just briefly, the 6-monthly progress report for January to June 2022 details significant progress towards the Council's 2018 to 2022 delivery program. And I note this is the final progress report for the program. Can I, on behalf of all councillors, I hope, commend the General Manager, the Directors and all Council officers for their diligent and committed work in making this progress possible. I note from the report that close to 90% of actions in the plan are completed or are on track. Particular highlights over the last 6 months include the Local Matters Forums, the Inner West Lifestyle Membership, the Uluru Statement from the Heart Forum featuring Minister Linda Burney, upgraded Tempe Reserve Sporting Grounds and the Arts and Music Summit that we've just heard about. While there are some actions which require ongoing attention, the green traffic light and star symbols indicating those actions that are on track or have been completed appear liberally throughout the progress report, and I think this visual representation of achievement is very pleasing to see. Once again, I congratulate and thank Council staff for their hard work across the very wide array of services that council delivers day in, day out.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stevens. I just want to support your remarks and specifically say for the public record and to the officers, including the General Manager in particular, it is very noticeable that the council has become more organised in the past 12 to 18 months in carrying out the resolutions of the elected body, in developing that into a program, in ensuring that there is good reporting and accountability as to which projects are being carried out, which resolutions have been completed. There's a long way to go, and I think we're still dealing with some of the challenges of just having three councils smashed together, but I do think that Peter's leadership and the excellent directors that he has recruited is really starting to show dividends. And it is really encouraging for us as elected representatives to know that the work that we put into developing policy and engaging with the community and listening to stakeholders and civic leaders, that when we translate that into resolutions and policies, that is taken seriously and then carried out. And you can see from this report that that's happening. We've got a long way, a lot further that we can improve, but it is, I think, quite a significant improvement for the council overall and really encouraging for all of us to see those things coming to fruition. So thanks very much for your work. Is there any further discussion?
I just have a question. Thanks, Mayor.
Yep.
I'd like to also commend the staff on all of the work and all the progress that's been made, just echoing those comments. But I just had a question about, in the report, the status of actions by service diagram. It's showing that the urban ecology and the parks planning and recreation areas, they seem to have a large proportion of actions on hold. And I guess it's a question to council officers through you, Mayor, as to why that might be.
Put that question to the officers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's through, we're looking at how we do things. So we're looking at in delivery of urban ecology, and we've also had a number of vacancies. It's been very hard to get technical staff in across council in that area. So that's the reason.
Thank you for that. There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. I've tabled with officers for item 16 an amendment to the recommendation in regards to the former Balmain Leagues Club site and surrounds, and I'd ask that that is displayed on the screen. Thank you for that, and if you can minimise it as best you can so that the entirety of it is visible. Look, there's no point gilding the lily about the situation in Rozelle. Councillor Shetty and Councillor Stamoulis will know this intimately as well, but anyone who's driven through Rozelle will also be aware. The impact of the state government's infrastructure projects is really, really harsh and ongoing. I've been involved in campaigning against WestConnex since 2013, or whenever we began it, a very long time now. I witnessed everything that happened in Haberfield and St Peters and other places. What's happening in Rozelle is as bad as that, but it's been prolonged and it's getting worse. The cumulative impact of all of these projects is having a massive impact on local traffic, and it is scheduled to intensify. The government's approach has been completely negligent. You never see a state government minister in Rozelle. They won't talk to the residents. They won't attend a public meeting. David Elliott came out once a few months ago to say that he delayed putting in ship-to-shore power at White Bay, but that's about it. We saw Mike Baird there when he first announced that he was going to put a motorway interchange in there and told us it would be a park. It doesn't look anything like a park. There's massive stacks, massive pollution stacks right in the middle of what they say will be a park. They haven't provided the funding for the park. They had control of Balmain Leagues Club, a derelict building that gets set on fire every few weeks, which the police and the AMBOs and the fireys are always going out to. They had control of that site for many months and failed to demolish it. And it's a massive eyesore in the middle of Rozelle. They've done no planning that we're aware of for the future of Victoria Road after all of these construction projects are finished. They don't speak to us. They don't attend meetings. It's not a criticism of the member for Balmain. I'm sure he's doing his best, but the government's attitude towards Rozelle is one of disdain. And it's time we just called that out and got the community together to tell them, frankly, that we're not getting any response from the government. Could I just get a brief extension of time? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. There are opportunities that could come out of all of this in the Bays Precinct, in Rozelle Parklands, in Victoria Road, which could be not pedestrianised but made a much more pleasant place with proper planning. But have we heard from the government? Nothing. It's literally crickets. They never engage with us, never talk to us, never consult the community. So we've got to call that out and to start campaigning really hard in the lead up to the state election to say this is not good enough. It's not acceptable. And that's what this motion is seeking to do. I'm proposing that we, that concluded my remarks, I'll just read through the elements of the motion. That we note the massive ongoing and cumulative impacts on Rozelle from the various New South Wales government infrastructure projects and their failure to engage with the community. That we note the New South Wales government's failure to demolish the Balmain Leagues Club site while the government was the leaseholder of that site, and the site's owners' now stated intention not to demolish it for several years to come by putting in an amendment through the planning processes for their approval. That we convene a public meeting in Rozelle and that we invite the Transport Minister and other ministers to attend and address local residents. If they won't come, we'll have an empty chair so that the community can see what this government really thinks about people in Rozelle. And that at that meeting, we should ask them to address these ongoing impacts and how they're going to be mitigated, the planning for the future of Victoria Road, the funding shortfall for the construction of Rozelle Parklands. We force them into 15 mil, but we know that it's going to cost closer to 30 mil. The Rozelle community should be notified about that. We should write to the Balmain Leagues Club site owners and the government and tell them to knock that building down before someone gets killed. Seriously, that last fire was massive. Someone shouldn't have to die before they actually take some action on this. That we defer community engagement on the Rozelle Village Master Plan. We've done this already by deferring the LEP. There's no point talking to people in Rozelle about the future of the main street until any of these issues are addressed. People will just laugh at us. And the state government is the one that's responsible for it all. That we notify councillors about any engagement or proposed meetings. I ask the officers just to take note of this. If it's passed, this will be a resolution. What's been happening for years now is that junior burgers or PR consultants from WestConnex and other agencies come and talk to officers. We never hear about it, and then they say, oh yeah, we've done consultation. I don't want that to happen anymore. I'm proposing that we be notified about any meetings. We make it political. Get in there and take the ward councillors and talk to them directly about how we want the community to be involved. And that we write to the member for Balmain seeking his urgent intervention to have these issues properly addressed. I know that he's been talking about many of these issues for a long time, but what we need is government engagement. They're treating us like fools, and we really need them to start taking us seriously. We can't do that without the assistance of the member for Balmain. So I'll move that way. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, I waive my right. You've been forceful and persuasive.
Thanks very much, Councillor Scott. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? No? That's great. Let's put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Mayor,
Next item.
May I move the investment strategy portfolio review with an amendment?
Please do.
And my amendment goes to some commentary in the report on page 1655, which just alerts us to the impact of bank mergers and acquisitions. As you know, we have a very good investment policy, but in order for us to maintain our very good investment policy, we need investment products that we can purchase that are in line with the product, in line with our policy. What I'm suggesting here is that we seek Local Government New South Wales and the Australian Local Government Association to commence a campaign to convince all banks to offer more investment products to local government that don't contribute to further climate change. I think this would be a good resolution to be debated at both those conferences as they come up.
I'll second
I
that
seek
motion.
everyone's support for
Sorry.
this.
Moved by Councillor Drury, seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor?
Waive my right.
Councillor Stamoulis.
Yeah, just a question on this one, and I've picked up the same issue as Councillor Drury there in terms of the prospects for mergers along the line, in particular Suncorp being merged with ANZ. So I assume that there's some difficulties there in maintaining the construct of the portfolio. Should ANZ take over Suncorp, and in fact our exposures at the moment suggest that 44% are with Suncorp. I'm wondering how we might handle that situation should that arise, or are we too early to answer that question? I'll put that to the officers. Thank you.
Through the chair. It's too early to determine at this stage. There is a 12-month buffer from the time of the approval of the deal, at which time we will then track our investments under the Suncorp banner, because Suncorp hopefully will continue to trade in their own right as non-fossil fuel for 12 months from the time that the deal gets signed, at which time after 12 months we will have to look and see what it would cost us to divest of Suncorp, or do we hold it and change our policy?
That address your question, Councillor? Any further questions? If not, Councillor Drury, do you require a right of reply? No. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Move the investment report, item 18.
Moved by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Drury. Are there any questions? No? I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Brings us to the motions. Fossil fuel advertising in the Inner West.
I'd like to move an amendment, please.
Yes. Councillor Scott?
Can I move my motion first?
Yes. Sorry about that. Councillor, tell you what, Councillor Scott's doing a good job of keeping this meeting moving along. It's not always easy. Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Atkins?
Thank you. I would like to move my motion with an amendment first, please. I would like to amend 2A2 of my motion to better reflect the wording of our sponsorship policy. So I'd like to, and we have the amendment, I'd like to amend it to read, investigate to a ban on accepting sponsorships from organisations or related parties that are involved in or associated with the extraction or sale of coal, oil or gas, or otherwise associated with fossil fuel products. That simply reflects the structure of the restrictions in our current policy.
I'll second that.
Councillor Lockie, do you wish to speak to it?
No.
Okay. Councillor Scott, your amendment? Or do you want me to continue the debate until you've...
No, I
resumed
moved
your
my
seat?
amendment. Councillor Smith seconds it. She'll speak to it.
Okay. Can I ask that Councillor Scott's amendment is displayed and Councillor Smith is seconding that amendment and will speak to it?
I will. Thank you, Chair. I want to thank Councillor Atkins for bringing this motion to Council. I know a number of other councils in New South Wales and other jurisdictions have moved this motion recently as well. This amendment really just seeks to build on and broaden the scope of the motion to include other unethical advertising of socially harmful products which are outlined there, including fossil fuels, fake natural therapies, shop signage for tobacconists and foreign government propaganda. I'd note that when restrictions were placed on tobacco advertising some years ago, it was accompanied by a significant drop in cigarette sales and numbers of smokers, which was a great result, but unfortunately we're now seeing a rise in vaping advertised specifically to children and young people, as well as lax advertising and marketing regulations in other forums and on other platforms, which is contributing to a rise in misinformation and false advertising, particularly amongst young people. So I think it's really important when we're considering matters such as this to make sure that we're looking at a really comprehensive ethical advertising policy and principles, which is what this amendment seeks to do. For example, targeting false health claims like vitamin water, fat blaster, or discredited natural therapies like horny goatweed. or indeed foreign government propaganda. And I would note that there have apparently been billboards in Leichhardt and Balmain that have advertised CCP propaganda in relation to Hong Kong, which is troubling. So I think it's important when we're considering all the various harmful issues, harmful products, and harmful advertising that can exist, that we want to be as comprehensive and encompassing as possible in our approach and within our sphere of influence where we can. So that's the thrust of the amendment.
Councillor Atkins, do you wish to incorporate the amendments?
No, I do not. I don't want to accept these amendments because while I accept that a broader approach to ethical advertising is a good thing, and I would likely support a separate notice of motion about these matters, this notice of motion is about climate change. It's titled Fossil Fuel Advertising, and I don't think it should be diluted down. I would prefer it to be dealt with as it stands.
Councillor Atkins won't incorporate the amendment. I certainly don't agree that this is a dilution of the motion. If the issue is about ethical advertising, then this strengthens and broadens it. So we'll need to vote on that amendment. And if the amendment is carried, it will be incorporated into the primary motion, which Councillor Atkins is welcome to vote against if she so chooses. But I think this is a strengthening of the motion. So if there's no further discussion on the amendment, I'll put the Scott-Smith amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that has been carried with Councillor Stamoulis in support. That's incorporated into the primary motion. Do you still wish to be the mover of the primary motion?
I do.
Okay. Councillor Atkins is happy to remain so. There's no further debate. I'll put that motion. All those... Oh, sorry, Councillor Atkins, do you wish to have a right of reply?
I simply wanted to note our proud record when it comes to climate change and note that allowing advertising and sponsorship relating to fossil fuels does not sit with that, with our adopted position. That's all I wish to say.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Item 20.
Mr Mayor, it's 11 o'clock. I think we need to close the meeting.
It is 11 o'clock. There not having been a resolution to extend the meeting, I will declare the meeting closed and propose that the remaining items be carried over to the next ordinary council meeting. The meeting is closed.